just gotta keep moving forward.
Esports is competitive gaming. Imagine playing really any video game you ever enjoyed playing, but playing it competitively to the best of your abilities. The Esports Club, though, we're more than just competitive teams. We host gaming for everybody. We just want people to come out, play games, have fun, and then hopefully host a few good teams that might win a few championships for the school.
We are definitely developing and pushing to build and develop that infrastructure that a lot of other clubs already have. Whatever skill level you are, you can come out, have fun, compete, don't compete. We welcome anyone.
There's not really a spot elsewhere for people to just play video games. Our club is definitely like all-inclusive, so if you're like even just a casual gamer that games, an hour a day or an hour a week, it doesn't really matter. You can come and play and make friends, so that's really what it's all about.
A club like this is meant to bring games out of the dorm room and meet other people, make friends. We do game nights every other Friday night. You'll get an opportunity to play some games you've never played and meet some people you wouldn't meet otherwise. So if you're interested in gaming, come on out to the club and see what it's about.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the EGFC Central Conference Championships. I am Waffles for Sid, and this is Worst Cast joining me here on the Analyst side today. Behind the scenes, we have the fantastic Aeons Ahead producing and observing for us, and it is going to be a great lineup of matches today. Worst, we're going to start off seeing University of Colorado go up against University of Tennessee.
Yeah, and I think for this matchup in particular, top two in this conference, very strong in the regular season as well overall against other conferences. I think Colorado, is number one standings for a reason, has been favored basically not only in the conference but also in the entire season. When they go to nationals and whatnot, I think they are definitely a strong contender to just win the entire thing. But Tennessee has been right behind them, is 13-3. 6-1 in the conference as well, same record that Colorado has, and so they've been kind of right neck and neck with them, and so to see them in the upper bracket finals makes complete sense to me. The winner of this will be guaranteed to go into nationals, because top two goes to nationals. They're going to go into grand finals from here, so winning this one is very big just to secure that national spot.
Yeah, and actually, I believe both of these teams have secured their national spot already.
Yeah.
It's actually about, continuing to retain the seed, right? Seed matters a lot moving into nationals. And the last thing that either of these teams want to do is face off against each other in one of the opening rounds where we lose one of our possibly big contender teams to each other, right? We love seeing these head-to-head matches, and like you said, seeing them here in the winner bracket finals, really not that surprising. They've been consistently strong throughout these entire seasons, and we have seen a lot of growth from Tennessee in particular.
Yeah, and with that mentioned, I kind of blanked on that one, but yeah, they are already guaranteed just because of how good they've done in the whole season as a whole. So this bracket, not just for seeding for them, but also in terms of like other teams like Hawaii, right? This bracket means a whole lot to that kind of a team in order to get into nationals because of that first split not going their way. So definitely interesting to see whoever loses this has to go up the winner of Arlington versus Hawaii. So if it's Hawaii, they are definitely going to be fighting for their spot. So going to have to be on your A game today, and it looks like it's going to be 6-man on the cards. This is very traditional in Tier 3 and Tier 2 right now on Gardens and Lijiang. It's going to be that 6-man because it's just, as a floor of a composition, it's just very high.
We see both teams engaging here in the open area of the Gardens. Some poke going to go back and forth as bubbles are broken and shields are whittled away. There's some attempts here from the Sombras to get some hacks, and some manual ones do come through, but no one has fallen quite yet. This is the time where they're trying to bait out those resources, force out those abilities, and right now, UTK a bit on the back foot. They're getting pushed back and back. They'll keep yielding some space, but they are also biding their own time. Coalescence already online, both of them now being popped and thrown from both directions. Going to be a D-Mech there onto Lucky Dog, actually giving Colorado the first advantage of this fight, and from there they just ran with it, and they're going to take this point.
Yep, going to take the first fight in their favor, and with that they have a lot of things already built up for them. Have that EMP, and I think one of the biggest things is going to be Reaper. They're going for this Reaper composition, Reaper pick over the Tracer here for University of Tennessee, and the big thing about that is the Tracer comp is going to have much more impact on the back line, but the Reaper on the front line is just when they're all hacked up.
And when 5 people are caught in an EMP like that, it is easy pickings for Colorado to continue aggressing forward, use their resources to capitalize, and send Tennessee back to spawn to regroup.
And this is the thing we've seen time and time again from Colorado. They're fast-paced, fast tempo.
Oh,
They're going to get in your
yes.
face and not let you do anything. They see the TP right now. They're going to get this out. If they find out the Sombra, this is the deadliest time for them, but not going to happen. I'm surprised they're not going aggressive even now, but they're just worried about the Sombra.
As they should be. EMP is an extremely powerful ultimate, and while it was taken off the board with the Death Blossom from Cloud, we have seen Colorado's DPS pop off consistently, and they are doing a really good job at cycling their ultimates and being conservative with them.
Noodles loses the beat. I mean, look at that. Noodles tries to get the beat off, and now it's lost. If Yahoo builds up another EMP, there's nothing to stop it. And now we're going to play conservative. We're trying to find out the hubs. Where is the Sombra? Can we start maybe get some spy checking going, try to catch them out? Because you see the Lucio hiding right now. Now Sombra has to pick. Oh, they actually get caught out. Force the EMP, but it's a bad one.
Only 2 people here caught by that EMP. Lucky Dog throws the self-destruct, but it looks like it got clipped there on the corner. Another Primal Rage now, this time from Colorado, is Funkmaster just continuing to berate people in that room. Look at all the punch kills in the feed.
Yeah, a lot of melee kills going back and forth. It's really a brawl here for University of Colorado, but I mean, that was just really well done. They know that they have to pressure out the Sombra. That's the only win condition on the board. And Hubs, once they're found out, it's like, I just have to go. And now, missing the translocator to the point, the monkey now has to jump in. This monkey can get bursted down. Basher has no help here, and this is not looking like it's going to start. It's not starting out well for them, or this stalled out fight.
Colorado still doing everything they can to stay on this point. Self-destruct getting thrown into the heart of Tennessee. Gets both supports off the board. That's going to be a nail in the coffin for University of Tennessee in this round, as Colorado going to open up and take Lijiang Gardens.
Yeah, and I mean, that was just a really well-played round from Colorado from start to finish. It was kind of textbook 6-man versus 6-man play right there. And like I said, the Tracer is focusing a lot more on trying to attack the backline, force out Divination, really just force Divination to fade and then pressure them out. But the Reaper is going to have just more impact on the front line, and that's where Colorado was winning it out. So maybe Tennessee had to match, or should have matched, but in the end, they wanted to keep on that Tracer, and that's what ends up happening. Now we're going in. Colorado going to be going with this ball competition. They definitely love this comp. They love these DPS-focused, DPS-centric compositions, whereas Tennessee going to be going for the rush. They want to kind of just get on this point and just kind of hold the fort down, but Colorado has that fair. This composition is for the take. I mean, yes, first take is going to go to Tennessee most likely, but they're just going to get spammed down, and it's going to be Yahoo with a barrage in like 20 seconds.
A lot of pepper damage going to be online, coming from Yahoo and Bird Boys on the side. We've seen this previously, right? The Fars are just going to continue to bombard from each little window area, as whoever is set up on the point just has to pretty much hope that their fortress can handle the damage and back up with it. There's so much more aggression now that there's more people cleared out, and with that, Colorado really nicely taking this fight and keeping a tempo control of it, taking it slow.
Yep. Typically, you see that normally the rush comp would get the first pick, get the first cap there, but it's actually going to be a lot of damage going down onto that Baptiste. It gets taken out and they can no longer sustain. And I think one of the biggest things here, allowing Divination to be on this Zenyatta. I think this is the biggest reason why you a lot of times see these kind of compositions come out from Music Colorado. If you were here for yesterday's stream, Divination is absolutely insane. Zen diffing, team diffing, 1v6ing on the Zenyatta. This is just an absolute power pick for them, and they are just so comfortable right now.
He is. He's a very confident and comfortable Zenyatta. He also gets a lot of resources thrown into him to really enable him to have that kind of aggression. I've actually interviewed him previously, and he calls out that it is all because of his team that he can take those angles and be that aggressive. Props over there to Lucky Dog eating Cloud's pulse bomb in the thick of the mess, but all in all, Tennessee a little bit scattered as they're still trying to find the best angle of approach for this attack.
They're just trying to find angles to go on, but right now, a lot of it is just coming down to the Pharah. In a lot of ways, has to choose. Do you take the ground, try to spam out the supports, or do you just take the Pharah to a 1v1 if you can win that? I don't think the Hubs is kind of committing to either one, but it's so hard to pressure Divination right now. They're just so far away from the enemy team, and their tanks and Tracer are getting matched by Colorado. Like right now, Cloud is on the move. This is what you want to do as a tracer against the ball comp where your Zen is the main key. You want to stop their ball from engaging. That is the biggest threat to your Zenyatta, and Cloud is allowing them all the space in the world right now.
Another pulse bomb eat from Lucky Dog. Man, he is hungry today, and Cloud definitely needs to be a lot more mindful of that defense matrix. Pattern is starting to emerge there from him, and with a 2K self-destruct, he's trying to make this dream come true for Tennessee on this point. 95%, this is the last chance they have to take this point back in their favor. They're getting a couple kills in the process, and this is the momentum they need to try and take this point back. Cloud is so deadly on this tracer, as we saw, but finally shut down, and Tennessee still trying to take this point.
For that solid fight, look what you get out. You get Barrage, you get Mines. Those are the two biggest threats to you on this next fight, and they're just gone off the table. You see Yahoo swapping off to this Cassidy, and we've seen this before where they want to play that Cassidy with this backline because they want to keep Divination up. Like you said, a lot of it is coming from the fact what the space that... Where is Divination? Look at they're in the enemy spawn!
Wow.
We saw this yesterday as well. Divination does not care. BM comes in, Pocket's gonna come in from Birthwise. You have the Transcendence as well. This is the level of flex support gameplay that you do not see on any other team right now.
Trans comes through to save everyone in Colorado on the point, who actually was able to flip it back into their possession, causing the overtime bar and forcing Tennessee to have to keep a presence there. No more slow play style as a result, and now Colorado has a heyday. They are handling the trickle of Tennessee players who are desperately trying to stay on this point and keep them alive in this fight here on Lijiang, but it is an uphill battle, and with so much damage on board, there it is. Colorado gonna go ahead and take Lijiang Tower.
I mean, again, I have to kind of say this, Divination is the truth right now. And kind of one of the biggest reasons why this team is so successful is because not only is Divination so good, but they play around them so well. Every part of this team knows what their job is on how to enable the best parts of the team. And so, I mean, obviously Funkmaster, amazing on the Winston. And this is a competition, the 6-man, where Divination's actually on the back foot, right? On that Moira. Doesn't have like that extremely playmaking potential, but the team around them is just so good. They're not a one-trick in terms of like, if you think about like some styles where teams are like, oh, we're all in on this Flexible, we're all in on this Baldiva, or this Big Zen and whatnot. That's not the case for Colorado. They have a breadth of styles. It's just the most deadliest is also one of the strongest in the meta right now.
It definitely is, and Colorado looks really comfortable playing on those compositions. And, you know, I want to call out a little pattern I saw of Colorado starting off and having that Pharah, right, with Yahoo putting in a lot of damage. It actually forced or caused Tennessee to go ahead and flip over to their own pharmacy composition in the middle to try and match that. They were successful in taking the point back and forced Colorado to actually flip over to the Cass to combat some of that and put some additional pressure on the Sky. So, you know, an interesting pattern of events, and obviously both of these teams have what it takes to force the other to make changes based on how well they're doing. And I gotta say, I really appreciate that type of Overwatch and the skill that it takes to force someone to have to transition so their character is actually, you know, their abilities are in favor and give them that advantage. It's not just based on skill.
And this next pick coming in, it's gonna be King's Row. And I was gonna mention about loser's pick being a main factor in this tournament. Tennessee wants to go to King's Row because they want nothing to do with the ball comps. They want nothing to do with dive. They want nothing to do with double shield. We've seen that time and time again from UC Colorado, especially against their match against Hawaii yesterday, which was amazing from their side. That is just a style Tennessee wants nothing a part of. So they're going to go to King's Row, the map that traditionally is going to be a rush. I have seen crazy things on this map, and I've seen it work even at the tier 3 level. But traditionally going to be that Ryan Diva, Ryan Sigma maybe, style, just kind of rolling it out. And I think Tennessee loves that style. We saw it on Night Market as well. But Colorado, you might think, oh, what? That's one of those styles gone. Like I said, they have a breadth of styles, and they are just as competent on this rush.
Ready for battle.
Colorado has been quite a force to be reckoned with for the entire season as well. They have been pretty consistent, only dropping a map here and there, and you know, when they do, it's always quite the surprise. I think that Colorado has some really good synergy with each other, and they recognize when to enable their DPS or their supports on their aggression. And that is not something that comes easily. It takes a lot of time to really hone that in.
And we're going to be seeing here what's going to come out on this attack. I assume those are going to be swaps. It's going to be the Sigma here for Lucky Dog. And I think this is, I've said this before. Oh, no, they're doing Mondada's head strat. Okay, they're going to TP on top of Mondada's head, and they're going to set the Bastion up. They don't have a lot of poke damage, but you cannot doubt the amount of damage that Divination, Yahoo, and Cloud can put out. You're going to TP up, put the shield in front of them, and now it's time. Everyone's going to have to back up. You're going to DM back into the corner, and you're going to burst out as soon as the Rhine gets close.
Look at how much space Colorado has already had to give because of Tennessee. They're all the way back around this corner, out of line sight of DeHubs, and with good reason. He's got a shield right there waiting for him. He's free firing from the high ground, trying to continue putting the pressure on, but it's not quite enough. Gets a little distracted, maybe chasing Ruby off to the side, and Tennessee or Colorado able to take down Tennessee and hold the defense.
That's exactly how you want to play that. The disengage could have been a little bit better, not forcing the lamp. If they had lamp, it's even stronger of a push because they can full commit front line and not have to worry about being instantly bursted down. But that's how you do it. You back up and then you recontest when their front line is trying to contest point, and you just go in with the wall. They're going to do the same thing, setting up the Bastion top left. Similar situation, but the map is split. This is not where you want Divination to be. I'm sure Divination doesn't want. They're sitting behind. They're like, guys, help me, help me, help me. Waiting for DM. It's finally up. They're able to get back in. But it should be the same plan, but do they want to give up another tip?
Cloud does go down early, but they've got a kill of their own. It is rezzed just as quickly, and Tennessee is now back up to full strength. They throw the Amp Matrix, but the wall is in their face. Are they ready for this Earth Shatter? And it's actually going to be a Blizzard also rolling through, freezing up a few members here. And even though they are frozen, Tennessee has the kills they need to take this first point of King's Row.
That's not as coordinated as what I'd like to see. I think right there they got a little bit worried about, okay, do we give up too much space for this? They wanted to kind of fight it, but you really can't a lot of the time. You have to make a burst play out. You can't try to consistently fight the Bastion. They just have too much consistent pressure. But this is where it gets a little bit weaker. Where's your Bastion going to go? You could TV them top right, but right now they're sitting on point. This is a kind of a sitting duck scenario. Colorado, if they wanted to, could have just gone top right and tried to go high ground and then jump on top of them. But instead, it's going to be the high noon speeding around, looking for something. The shatter is good.
Yeah, no Deadeye when you're sitting on the ground from the Earth Shatter, and Tennessee continues to try and aggress forward. Sound barrier from Bird Boys kept Colorado a little bit tankier, but there is still so much damage being thrown here from Tennessee. You've got to be careful about the hubs, especially once he gets set up, but everyone seems to be walking out of the sight line here of this alleyway, right? They are being extremely mindful, and oh, a nice self-destruct does manage to clip Lucky Dog in the end, and that's going to be Tennessee needing to regroup.
Yeah, and this is where it gets so hard for Bastion to get in, because before you had a lot of high ground to play with, a lot of angles to play with. It's not here. That's just not the case. It's too claustrophobic for this. Typically where you see it get swapped off. I don't know if they want to keep running this. It might just be they think they have to. Maybe they're not as confident in the straight up 1v1, but man, I think you have to just kind of match.
An unfortunate shatter coming out from Funk Master, but obviously Basher there winning the game of Reinhardt dancing, managed to block it, but looks like Colorado came back with a vengeance. The Dragons were too much, and that is going to allow them to continue holding this choke very, very close after the first cap.
They're going to stick on this. They think they can get it to work. They have the symmetrical wall. That's going to be kind of the wall, the cover that the hubs maybe need. They're going to be going out top right here, probably trying to set them up in the window, but you're going to have to commit wall for it, because otherwise, like, they swapped over the Hanzo just for more spam damage, more faster damage onto the Bastion, but they're already set up to try and contest this. They're going to have to give it up because the entire team is here. Divination don't get caught out right there, but I mean, this is going to be a hard one, even with the ult they have available.
There's the Symmetra wall, and, well, Basher drops down and dies immediately in the thick of all of the Colorado players. Cloud is going for a Deadeye in the back and manages to clip to Hubs even when he's in tank mode, and with a beautiful shutdown like that, Colorado got to be feeling really good, and this is a really good place for them to hold. These archways are tough to push into if you're the attacker, and once the defense is set up, it is almost nigh impossible.
I want them to swap. Like, Divination right now doesn't really have a lot of pressure on them, has to kind of worry. They're going to get TP'd on here, but they're going to take this fight. They're just confident to win it. That's Divination right there. Has the backup, but is willing to take that 1v2. And now it's going to be Bird Boys getting in there, taking out the, punching out the Symmetra. Is it to lose the life board? And Divination could be in trouble. I mean, I don't know about that one, supports.
Bit off a little more than they could chew there. Colorado falling very quickly after the first one went down, and now Tennessee is going to continue to try and capitalize on this. With the hubs set up on the point here, it's time to just roll forward with the turrets.
They have Yahoo on the flank right now. They're going to try and recontest off of it. No one, oh, no, sorry, Cloud on the flank. They're not going to have the knowledge that they're there. They could probably find a stun onto the Parvier, onto Noodles maybe, but they're just going to try and force them off, but the TP is good.
Dodging them out of the Dragon Strike as well. Self-destruct doesn't find anything. It falls just a bit too low. And from the high ground, Tennessee is just going to continue firing into the mass of Colorado down below. DeHubs finding even more value as Tennessee continues to try and protect him and keep him in this fight. Goes ahead, dodges the Earth Shatter thanks to his corner positioning. And Tennessee still continuing to aggress forward. They've got this wall online. They've almost got tank form online. And now they just capped the second checkpoint.
That's a snowball from what Divination and Bird Boys did. They went so aggressive for no reason. They gave up all the defensive positioning. There wasn't even a diva with them. That was just a mistake. That cost them that point. That was the hold. That was a choke of death, and that was the hold. And now they're swapping off the Hog. They are kind of confused right now. I don't think they understand completely what they need to do to counter out this Bastion, and they're just going to TP them back and forth, up and down this high ground, and if they don't respond quickly enough in the correct fashion, this could just be the round.
Back and forth in this teleporter, trying to find the best angle for maximum amount of damage. Hello, you can't hit me through the shield quite yet, but now it is time to continue to try and aggress. Oh, that's actually going to backpedal because Tennessee losing a few members in this process. They don't have the spawn advantage, and continuing to push could be troublesome.
Yeah, and again, I think it's going to be hard to set up your Bastion here, but that all depends on how much Colorado wants to. You have to deny space against the Bastion. One of the biggest things is you cannot let the Bastion do what they want. Some points you have to, and then try to burst out for a play. Right here is where you don't have to do that. You can set up to deny the Bastion areas, break the TP as it's coming out, force them to try to make extreme plays because they don't even have the sim anymore. They're just keeping this Bastion straight up. I don't know if this is the correct play here for Tennessee.
45 seconds left on the clock, and there it is, an Earth Shatter, gonna clip Ruby there in the process, and she does go down. Pulse Bomb stuck by DeHubs, because that is what happens when you're done with the Pulse. And well, continuing on, Colorado still fighting epically in this battle. They do not want to give up and let Tennessee take the third point, but Tennessee knows they need to stay in this fight. Divination has Trance online, and he's using it. Now Bird Boys knows to go ahead, deal the damage while Divination is trying to keep him healed, and from there, keep their team in this fight. It is still a scrappy battle, but Tennessee handling the trickle of Colorado moving in. They want to push this all three checkpoints. It would be a very, very nice win condition, but there is still many members of Colorado not giving up without a fight. There's a couple people exchanges going down, and this minefield from Funkmaster could spell trouble. Divination taking more people down in the back with a bit of help, putting a lot of pressure onto Tennessee, and they only have 0.75 meters left to try and push this, but Colorado doing an amazing job here at holding, coming back quickly from their spawns, switching to the fastest characters possible, and I think they just handled Tennessee, and they stopped it right before the third checkpoint worst.
Yeah, a lot of that is on Divination's flank to the back line, getting pressure out, making sure healing was reduced, and that was just a really well-timed flank from them. It's kind of a play that only Divination's going to be making a lot of the time. Normally, you want that Zen on the side, just getting Discord targets, getting Harmony, but Divination knows if they want to make a play, if they want to win that fight, they have to make a play, and they made a absolute monster one. But still, a really good job from University of Tennessee, considering they could have easily held at that second point. Like, that could have easily been a hold for them, but they get past it. A little bit of kind of ambition from Divination. I think that's one of the biggest things. Like, they are very cocky in how they play, and that's can turn to bite them, and right there it did. So we'll see that Divination can make those big plays, but sometimes big plays turn into big feeds real quickly.
Yeah, I think we all have experienced that in our own Overwatch games where we see people going for these big plays, and it's a classic example of high risk and high reward. And sometimes, you get the short end of the stick. Someone like Divination, though, he is very, very gifted, especially on the Zenyatta, mechanically hitting some really nasty shots, being very offensively aggressive. So maybe his risk to reward ratio, his risk is a little bit lower, but it is still definitely there. And in a team sport like Overwatch, one little mistake like that can spell trouble for the rest of your teammates. And honestly, both Mays here probably going to spell trouble for the tanks coming through. We know the walls are going to come out. They're going to try and section people off. I like Cloud on this Doomfist here, going to be causing a lot of disruption and displacement in the back lines. Basher fell very low from that punch, and it was easy for Funkmaster to follow up after that. This chaos being caused by Cloud on this Doomfist, though, has Tennessee scrambled. They're not quite sure what to do. They're trying to give space, but he does not want to let them go.
Yeah, and you see the kind of why Cloud can pilot this Doomfist so well. A lot of other teams might try to run this composition and it would fail is because Cloud gets the support of Ruby. She is on top of it with the DM. The stun comes out because the Hubs knows this is Cloud on Doomfist. They're going to go for the backline instantly. They want to make a burst flank play on us. And they're just aware of it. They already have the DM ready for them. Not there though. They just like I said, big plays, big feed.
And as a Doomfist in general, jumping straight into the heart of the enemy is sometimes what your goal is. So yeah, they're gonna have a few things ready, and I'm glad that the Hubs here is on this cast. Obviously, a little CC will go a long way, but not gonna be able to utilize that Ant Matrix as much as they're wanting. A nice Maywall coming through from Yahoo, blocking a lot of that off, and with even more chaos now being erupted here from Cloud, it is still Colorado pushing this point.
Yeah, and now they're going to be able to keep this going, and this is more of that traditional rush matchup, like I said. Cloud, though, wants to kind of change it up, wants to go to that Doomfist, wants to kind of make these massive plays on the side, but for right now, this next fight, it's going to come down to these blizzards. I mean, we've seen Ruby eat a lot of blizzards. We've seen Lucky Dog as well eat a lot of pulse bombs earlier. It's a little bit of a different tactic, a little skill. It's much easier to eat a pulse bomb than it is to eat a blizzard a lot of the time because Maze are so good at kind of avoiding it right now. You see them wall, throw the blizzard into the wall because you can't eat the walls anymore. Like that.
Yeah, exactly like that. And with the blizzard already being thrown, it's going to be tough for Colorado to try and keep their head in this fight. The sound barrier from Bird Boys is going to help a ton. And now they can get even more aggressive. Self-destruct over the top. Oh, catches Basher in the process. Almost gets a crush. And, well, still, it's going to be Colorado coming up big on this push. And they're going to be able to get the second checkpoint.
And getting the second checkpoint and setting a massive time bank here. This is where the Doomfist kind of falls off into Hubs. Going back to that Bastion, I wonder if University of Tennessee, even going into this, kind of knew the caliber of Colorado and they wanted to try and run some unorthodox things. Obviously, Sim Bastion the entire time basically on their attack, which is not normal. Normally you're at first point and then swap off. They had to try and do it the entire time, and now they start off the double shield. They don't want this mirror in the slightest.
And that goes to show how well Colorado is doing playing their composition of choice, right? They only need to push it to the golden box of victory to win this map here on Kings Row, and they are trying to do just that. Oh, a pause here in the middle. Oh, and it looks like Yahoo has actually disconnected. That could be a little unfortunate, and well, I'm not too concerned about it. All right, you're gonna have the disconnect. Yahoo will come back, but thankfully, Colorado has quite a large time bank to try and take this last section of Kings Row.
Yeah, they have plenty of time to do it, and into the double shield, what they're gonna want to do, especially with the Bastion, you play angles, you sit around walls, and then you speed on rotations with a DM. That's kind of the play. That's the game plan. What does Tennessee do about it? Well, they kept that May, crucially, I believe, and what that's gonna do is you split rotations with the wall. So as they're going and committing resources to get through, you wall them. That stalls the resources at the very worst. At best, you split them and you get a kill. That's kind of the crux of this composition. That's what's going to happen over and over again, or at least what Tennessee hopes to happen over and over again. Because this could be a stall-out point for Colorado. Again, I think Tennessee is coming into this knowing that we don't want mirrors against this team. We don't really want to go mirrored against this team because Colorado is just so dang good at it. Not anyone in the entire league can match them in terms of a lot of the compositions, I don't think. So even Tennessee, who's a very good team, 13-3 in the season, 6-1 in the conference, second best team in the conference, it's still Colorado is a different beast.
Yeah, well, Colorado is also, number one in the series in general, and it's with good reason, right? They have been performing very well. They perform very consistently, and it looks like we're already back in the thick of the fight. Yahoo back in, as you can see here, he's moved over to that Hanzo. We'll be walking back for a minute, but Tennessee looks like they knew they had an advantage. They're trying to continue holding this point here. Got a kill already. And honestly, I think Colorado needs to just go for the full reset.
Yep, they're going to reset here. Ruby try to get the Remat kill onto the Bastion. Not going to happen. They're going to swap. They see this double shield. What they like, we want poke now. We want more poke. Because honestly, Bastion, for as much damage they put out, for longer ranges, it's very inconsistent. There's spread on that weapon. You can kind of heal through it. You can kind of poke through it. So you just peek the corner, throw out your projectiles, go back in. The Bastion can't do anything to get it. And they're a stationary target. That's what makes Bastions, like, so exploitable, is because they're going to be standing still. They can just keep throwing out these volleys of orbs, these arrows, the helix rockets, and the Bastion's gonna have to just take it.
Yeah, no one's gonna peek that corner when they hear tank mode activated, but University of Tennessee have set up this bunker here in the back left. You can see Funkmaster has gone ahead, transitioned over to the Hammond composition, gonna be considerably more mobile, and he has been giving some extremely valuable scouting information for his team. Does go down as a result of it, but still have 3:28 left on the clock. Colorado gonna be feeling like they have some time to push and build some resources.
Feel like they have some time. Again, it's gonna be slow paced here for Colorado, and it's gonna be a lot of it onto the damage that Divination's able to push out. Already has closest to the ultimate of anyone on the team after a full reset. That's just the amount of damage that then can put out. And it's also Yahoo as well. They finally catch out the Bastion. Red's gonna come through, but they're gonna try to jump on this. They're gonna try and get them while they're wounded.
Dragons tearing through the members of University of Tennessee, but a counter with the flux coming through from Lucky Dog. Paravir's helping even more, and Tennessee are doing their best to keep this defensive line strong. They are getting the kills they need. They're helping each other out, and with that, they've burned off more time on the clock, and now there's only 2:40 left.
This is a big stalling point. It's a very defensive comp, but once it breaks hard, and it's not going to be able to get back into the fight. So, Colorado, though, they are trying to wait on these ultimates. They got a lot out. They got a Bongo, they got a Flux, they got a Valkyrie. Those are a lot of defensive ultimates and offensive ultimates as well that would have allowed them to kind of win out fights. So they're set up now to try and take this one. The Hub's dead again. Like, the spam damage is just too much.
Losing such a big damage dealer early could be difficult for tough for Tennessee, and now they still have some more people rolling through. We see Bird Boys there getting aggressive in the back line, takes down the Hubs as a result, and that is Colorado continuing to push and aggress forward. Discord Orb's gonna help shred Senath on top of the damage Spunkmaster is bringing through. Golden Box is approaching quickly, and can Tennessee get back fast enough to touch? Not a chance, as Colorado takes Kings Row.
Yep, and that's kind of the composition. It's slow to get through it. It's a very tough to chew comp. It's very like an overdone steak, if you will, just very tough to get through. But once you get through it, not too bad for the Colorado composition. They're just going to spam through it. They're going to just try to do as much as possible, as much damage as possible with shields. And naturally, the resources will get lower and lower, and nothing will be there to protect the Hubs. And that's why you saw the Hubs go down first multiple fights in a row, because eventually shields are going to run out. Grasp is not going to be up. Fortify is not going to be up. And the Hubs is just a sitting duck. It's why Bastion is not seen everywhere, because it's just a very exploitable character.
Yeah, well, anytime you are stuck immobile is definitely a time that you're vulnerable. Roadhog players will remember back in the day when they had to endure the same treatment. And, anyone who's also gotten caught looking down the scope too long probably feels very similarly. But all in all, a really nice job done by Colorado to exploit that weakness, bide their time, take it slow enough where they did force out all those resources, make sure cooldowns are active, and then go ahead and jump and collapse onto Tennessee's bunker. I like that we saw Bird Boys in the back getting a bit aggressive too. Having some fun there as we've seen the supports from Colorado.
And We'll have some more Overwatch back in just a moment, but first we're going to go through the break before we hit 2CP, because everyone needs a break before 2CP.
Ooh,
So,
yeah.
don't go anywhere. We're going to have Assault coming up right for you. Does Colorado sweep this one as well, or will it be a bit of a mystery about who's going to take it in the end? Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the EGFC Central Conference Championships. We are in the middle of our University of Tennessee versus University of Colorado series, and right now, Colorado is at match point. Worse.
Yeah, Colorado at match point, and it is going to be going towards Anubis, not like a Hanamura, so they don't want that sim stuff again. I thought they might go for Hanamura just because sim rush is a thing. But obviously that was just a King's Row special for them. They want to go to Anubis. A little bit more divey, a little bit more double shield as well. We saw them bring that out at the end of King's Row. So maybe that's the way they're going to go. It is going to be looking like a double shield for them. But I'm just going to say it. Colorado's double shield and ball comp they can run out on this map look phenomenal as well.
You know, I'm hesitant to talk too much about the attackers. They have plenty of time to change up their compositions if they're going to move off that Symmetra, but Colorado's setup on this high ground could be a very difficult defense to crack and push into. I'm excited to see what adaptations Tennessee makes for this next map here of Anubis. We are going to looks like we are going to stick with well, a Symmetra Bastion composition. Okay, Noodles got the res on the back line. Plenty of safety back there to go ahead, bring him back extremely quick, and we'll just resume to be on our normal course. Tennessee moving through the choke point here, trying to continue taking that space, and well, death from above, Cloud coming through, putting the pressure into the back. No one is looking at him, no one's giving him the time of day, and he's just gonna keep free firing into your back.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be like the biggest issue going into here for University of Tennessee. They're just going to kind of get surrounded, and just so much damage to come in from so many different angles. Now they're going to flux into the dragon, and that room is now a death trap. And I think also, oh, yeah, I know, I was going to say this, my producer said in my ear as well. We have the same thoughts going now. Yahoo's in for divination. Yahoo, traditionally, from what I've seen from this tournament and other leagues, like, has been a DPS player.
Yes.
Gavin hopping in on the Hanzo. And no divination's crazy because divinations are such a big part of the team.
I actually really like this changeup that Colorado has done. Oh, a stick! Yeah, Cloud. Oh, it just gets the immortality field though. So that's actually huge props to Paravir for, you know, having it online and being quick on the draw for that one burst ability taken out of the picture. But what I was gonna say is, you know, one of the few losses that Colorado actually took in the season was when divination was not around. So I'm excited to see that he's actually been subbed out. They're taking a bit of a refreshed lineup here, and they're really gonna show us the depth of their bench. And holy cow, Gavin he's got the firing range with 0 crosswind right now.
Yeah, and the composition between Tennessee, I'm going to say I don't like it. I really don't like it. I mean, you have very little long-range damage. You're going to just try and shoot up there with the Symmetra Orbs, and Gavin is just going to be free-firing. Nothing is going to pressure them off. They're just going to go in. Every time you're clumped up, every time you're grouped up, they're just going to try and go in on you. They're going to TP on top of the platform, but they have Transcendence for it, and now all the offense is going to come out, and you're not going to make it through.
The minefield additionally from Funkmaster makes it even more difficult for Tennessee to push through this choke. It's only Lucky Dog and Noodles hanging out here, trying to keep the dream alive a bit, but 120 left on the clock, and Colorado is still holding this first point defense. I gotta say though, Paravir has shut down 2 pulse bombs. Oh, poor guy. I'm sorry I cast a curse to you. But he did shut down 2 pulse bombs, the second of which could have been massive. Everyone on his team took damage from it, and the immortality field saved them 100%.
Yeah, but they're gonna have another pulse bomb to contend with, and they have ults to work with here, but they can get shut down real quickly. This is kind of how you want to play against. Play fast into it. The pulse bomb comes out.
Shut down again!
I mean, you're just gonna die to this flux, no? Oh, they survived.
Couple more kills coming through from Tennessee as they don't want to lose all hope yet. They're on this point here, and now it's up to Colorado to go ahead, get on the point, and contest them for this possession. 1 down now as Tennessee goes ahead, takes down Funkmaster and Cloud as a result. 2 ticks in the bag. This is going to be their first point cap.
First point is going to capture it in. Gavin does take out the mercy. Snowball's not going to be there for them. All goes down over there, fast spawns, it's all fine. I would not be surprised if they swap over to an Ashe to go in here, because what's going to happen is they're going to want to walk left. They're going to see Tennessee already kind of looking for that position. They're going to walk left. Your ball's going to position on high ground. As soon as they start walking, your ball's going to slam, and all the damage is going to come through. They're not even letting you walk left, actually. This is perfect.
Cloud has been a constant menace and putting so much pressure on the angles that none of Tennessee are able to look at or turn to quite fast enough. Obviously really utilizing those resources and those dashes super effectively. And you know, in general, Colorado has been doing a good job at preemptively engaging before Tennessee can actually be ready to run a play.
Yeah, and this is going to be hard for them to get in here. If it was hard before, it's even worse now. And that pulse bomb, kind of just not really necessary, but it's going to stall it out a little bit. And I mean, how can you ever get any space? You can't make space with this composition. Like, here's the thing with Gavin. If Gavin stays up there, could get TP'd on, but it's just gonna back off, realize that might be too dangerous. But you're just gonna get flanked, you're gonna get shot from 6 different angles, and it's really gonna be a test, a strain on your ability to weather a storm.
Dragon's I wasn't sure if he was thinking of taking the Dragon Strike there in the hallway. Cloud's just gonna use those beautiful mechanics that we see, continuing to just berate Tennessee here in the back line, as now Colorado slowly encircling Tennessee as they try and retreat back to spawn.
And it's gonna be more of the same. You see Gavin set up here, there's not much pressure on them. I
need healing.
I get it. You want to do this thing that you probably thought up, prepped for this match, but something has to change. There's a big part of prep is prepping for when things go wrong and prepping what to change to. You can not only prep one thing, you have to kind of understand that things might not go your way. There's gonna be counters they can pull out. What is your response to that? It just seems like they're just full committed to this. Ballstone's gonna go through. They have a lamp for it, but it's not even gonna matter. Lamp is a little bit too late, and Basher goes down for it.
Just a hair too late on that pull there, but it is still Colorado coming up big. I love how much space forward they have taken. We saw this very similarly from the other maps as well, and it's Colorado having these long sight lines and making it tough for Tennessee to even get close. Tennessee is taking a horde of damage before they even have a chance to stage and engage Colorado.
And I am now just concerned a lot of the time with what this means for them on defense, particularly. This style the University of Colorado can pull out on attack as well is quite good into it. And right now, they've got the furthest they've gone yet, but now comes the hard part. When the Dragons come in, you're just in the corner taking 1 billion damage.
It's going to be chaos here on the point with 15 seconds left. 2 kills from DeHubs, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. Yahoo goes ahead to save themselves. Bird Boy's getting aggressive, trying to take down the Mercy counterpart. Feeling a little greedy and, caught in a flux as a result. Still not going to be able or still going to hold strong. And Tennessee only capping 1 point for this first round.
Yeah, and man, does it just feel, it feels rough because Tennessee's a really good team, and I've seen them play multiple times against a bunch of teams, and they perform really well, and they have really good comps they can bring out. They have strong compositions on multiple different styles they can bring out, but against Colorado, it seems that they are just committed to we want to run this. It's wacky. They might not be able to prep against it, but they already know what to do. They kind of already figured it out. They understand what they have to do. They have all the tools to do it. You have, obviously, Cloud on that Tracer is a menace, and I think one of the best ways you can kind of get around those bunker composition is with Tracer. Good Tracer play that is just consistently just mosquito biting you in the back, and while it might not get a pick every time, Cloud certainly can, but the composition kind of shuts that down. You're still going to be pulling away resources from what really matters, which is that front line, is that DPS line. So they're going to have a better chance on defense, I think, obviously with the Torbjorn coming out over Bastion. I would have liked that more on attack as well, but we'll see what Colorado has to pull out.
Actually, seeing DeHubs bring out this Torbjorn is something we saw in our games yesterday as well. I believe Billy and Bullskunk were covering it, and he was able to make quite an impact and help prevent some of the additional damage that was being pressured onto their back line. We saw Noodles just being harassed up the wazoo from Cloud on that Tracer, could not catch a break, and so many resources had to go into keeping them alive as a result. Obviously, Cloud doing a great job on that Tracer role. That is the I mean, one of the main things you want to try and force out when you're doing that pepper damage, but it's going to be tough to continue doing anything like that. You see Tennessee set up here on this bunker high ground, and oh, booped off the front. A nice roll through coming from Funk Master there. Colorado wants to try and capitalize, and we'll see how well they move around.
Hog is going to be trying to just walk in here. Does find the Torbjorn into Hubs. Trying to take a 1v1. You can't do that. Not when the amount of like pressure they have on just collapsing on top of you. Cloud finds one. They're trading back and forth here. Another rollout. It does get the momentum stops on the BAP's head. Just another second, they would have been able to get through and knocked two over. But instead, the Baptiste kind of saving that one inadvertently. But now Yahoo's set up. They have a lot of spam damage right now. Gavin can pinch this Sigma, and they're going to have to back up the point. And this is where you start losing, is when you have to back up the point like this.
Now Cloud is free firing from this high ground, and with two snipers looking down at the point of it, at the point itself, Tennessee is in a tough position. There is so much damage rolling through. One tick there for Colorado, and with that closing out, it looks like they're going to take this first point.
Going to take the first point, and now Cloud is just going to be going even further. That's like kind of an interesting idea to try and go for that. That's never going to work. But next fight, look what you have. You're going with this extremely greedy support composition, and you've lost one of the biggest ultimates you have. Unfortunate. Yahoo did DC last map as well, I believe. Is DCing again? If they lose Transcendence, I believe they will. That's really bad because they wanted to go in and try and brawl them a little bit more with that Transcendence, and they're not going to have that option anymore.
Yeah, and they've been using Transcendence in general to enable that aggression, similar to a Lucio sound barrier. You see, I mean, even Bird Boys is hopping on the train, trying to get those kills when the Transcendence is online. So, you know, hopefully Yahoo can come back and still make a big impact there. He, you know, like we said, we typically see him on the DPS role. So a nice change up coming through, and you know, Tennessee could be an opportunity for them to hold and really prevent a snowball.
And I think for Colorado, they're guaranteed at least a draw. They're guaranteed to basically not lose the map right now. So maybe they take their foot off the pedal a little bit. That might lead to a draw, but they have they have plenty of time to work with here. They have plenty of time to work with, and the ultimates that they have. And if the mines come up, that's one of the biggest killers of these bunker comps. You just throw the mines in, and you're just not able to do anything.
And we've seen that pretty consistently come through from Funk Master as well. They've been zoning out a lot of members of Tennessee, whether that be from a choke point or to get to the actual point or payload itself. And once those minefields are dropped, the other members of Colorado instantly surge forward, looking for the opportunity to just ensnare anyone and take them down.
Yep, and we're trying to see what the issue is with Yahoo. They've darted this shit before, so I mean, probably maybe a computer issue, maybe an internet issue. Don't quite know what the setup for them is there over Colorado currently. But man, Tennessee coming into this such a powerhouse in the season, and then just to be dismantled, I'm gonna say, in a lot of ways by University of Colorado's compositions. Like the matchups are just really good for Colorado so far. And Tennessee has been stubborn in what they want to play with this sim composition. And even on Lijiang, right? The rounds were very heavily in Colorado's favor. They can tell they have control of the entire series now. And might just be that Colorado is like, even in the league, like this is a top tier team here in Tennessee, just toppest of tiers. I don't know. Is there a tier above top tier? Like, what do we have here? Like,
You know, it's up to whoever you are asking. And I will say that University of Colorado is kind of on a different level, and they have their own caliber of gameplay. They're number one for a reason. And the amount of aggression that they bring to the table and the success that they have with their compositions really forces their opponents to have to make changes to try and better combat those, right? Setting the tempo of, okay, can I force teams to change because of the composition I'm playing? Or are these teams that I'm going up against playing their composition so well that I am forced to change and adapt my play style? And right now, Colorado team is currently forcing Tennessee. Well, Tennessee is reluctantly making changes. I'll agree with you on a bit of stubbornness there, but we'll have to see if that actually persists or not. Worse, we actually lost all of Colorado suddenly. So, you know, hopefully everything is okay out there in the Mountain Time Zone. Hopefully we get to see them all back here shortly. And folks, we'll be right back. Hey everyone, and welcome back. We're in the middle of our University of Colorado versus University of Tennessee matchup here on Anubis. And unfortunately, the entire Colorado team had a disconnect. And with that comes an entire reset of ultimate economy. And they were about to have essentially 6 ultimates online moving into this second point. So worst, a bit of an unfortunate result, but they still only need 1 tick to try and take this map, and Tennessee now has a chance to really hold a good defensive line.
Yep, definitely have a chance right there. Lucky Dog already going to be taking out Bird Boys. Don't know where that flank came in from, but everyone's reset. They have 4 minutes to work with to build these ults back up, and they have the competition to do it as well. A lot of spam damage can come out, but really, if University of Tennessee goes 6 ult versus 6 ult, I always have to favor defense, right? I always have to favor the defensive side. And even for this Nano, like Bird Boys' Nano, I think it actually should be a mercy here to try and enable Cloud or Gavin, because your Nano, where is it going on to? Is it going on the Funk Master? Well, they're going to get a slam off and not too much more after that. And again, someone has to deal with Lucky Dog right now. You have to watch your flanks.
Looks like Colorado, just a little scattered after the disconnect and reset coming through. Lucky Dog not as sneaky that time, does get slept as a result, and now he's starting to get tag teamed a bit, does manage to sneak away with the help of his teammates, but now it is him hook and funk master back into the throes of Tennessee. They mow him down just as quickly, and well, no one from Colorado is going to approach with the Amp Matrix online like it is. They're gonna wait for the time to move in, and few people getting crispy there on University of Tennessee. There's more kills rolling through for Colorado now that the Amp Matrix is offline, and they continue to just try and take this point.
Cloud is doing a lot of work right there. Hog goes down as well. They could get a tick off this easily.
There it is.
Oh, they can. Actually, the tick is all they needed. They're gonna just win.
Yeah.
They got a tick. I was right. They could get a tick off this. But I mean, that was just like, it just kind of happened. I mean, a pause into a comeback into an like. I mean, look at what Cloud does here. Actually, just goes to point, throws at the bomb, and just starts like getting headshots left and right. I mean, absolutely amazingly played from Cloud. We had an injury with you yesterday. Absolutely phenomenal player. I mean, that actually is massive. So Hog can't touch point right there, and just like. They won. I mean, that was very just sudden. It just felt very sudden, you know?
It did. And, you know, part of that was also probably because we had that break in between. We all had a little bit of a reset come through. And, you know, University of Colorado, they were ready. They were rearing to go. We had Cloud switch off that Widowmaker onto the Ashe. And obviously, there was a huge amount of success, regardless of, you know, some of the technical mishaps earlier. So huge props to Colorado for really keeping their cool and coming back calmly in that last bit of the round. And obviously, very good job for University of Tennessee. This was a tough opponent, and you know, they were really trying to run those strategies that they've been working with the Sim Bastion. And I'm looking forward to seeing how they proceed in the next match.
Yeah, and I think for anyone at home that might not know Colorado, I mean, if you're in EGF, you know, obviously, but if you're just coming in watching Tennessee games, you might not know the full story of Colorado. They are just absolutely amazing players. A lot of like top players. Like I've seen players like these, just at the top of ranked. I've seen some of them in tier 3 before. So they are just like, for Bird Boys and Cloud, I believe have been in tier 3. Maybe not Cloud, but I know Bird Boys has been in tier 3. So just amazing players throughout the board, and no shame in losing to them. I think they're favorites at nationals as well if they go to it. So
yeah,
Tennessee just got a bad luck. I mean, you said they're already guaranteed for nationals because of their standing within the league. So they're going to be going up against the winner of University of Hawaii and Arlington, though. And I think University of Hawaii definitely wants to get top 2 in this bracket to get through because of that split 1 performance.
Yeah, well, you know, University of Hawaii is the only team in our top 4 right now that is not qualified for nationals. So they actually have the most to lose, and we'll see. Maybe we'll see how it plays out for our next match. But in the meantime, we actually have Yahoo, who's going to jump into our interview booth with us. So we'll get to pick his brain about the DPS to the support mix up over there, and we'll be right back, folks. Hey folks, and welcome back to the EGFC Central Conference Championships. We are joined here with Yahoo from the victorious team of University of Colorado. Yahoo, thank you so much for joining us today, and congratulations on your win.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
So you guys are number 1 ranked currently in the league, and you are moving into you're progressing really well through this conference championships. What was your guys' mental state kind of going into it and approaching nationals coming up as well?
We're really confident going in. We basically know that we're the best team, and we have been the best team for a long time. We just want to make sure that, we're prepped and ready to perform against any team we play against. So, a game like this, sometimes you see like Sim Bastion come out and you're a little caught off guard. But we know that we're, intelligent enough to make the right adaptations and take the win. So we're pretty confident going into, the finals later today, and then also nationals. We're confident in our ability to win.
Nice. Well, confident in your ability to win. Hope some of your competition is hearing that as well. Get them all fired up.
Yeah.
So we actually got a treat here and got to see you flex across a few different roles today. First off, kicking it off on the DPS, an absolute menace, and then closing out on some nice support there. What's kind of gone into your refinement of that craft and flexibility, and what's your mindset when you actually, how do you shift your mindset from being in that DPS role to that support role?
Yeah, so I'm definitely a DPS player first. It's definitely my most comfortable role. But I have played a decent amount of flex support just in ranked and stuff, and so I'm pretty comfortable on a lot of the heroes. And, Divination actually wasn't able to play that last map because he has another tourney that's going on that he wanted to play in. And he was like, are you guys okay if I just go play one map? And then he said he'd come back if we ended up losing. We had it in the bag. But so I moved over to flex support, and then we got our sub, Gavin, who's awesome to play DPS. And obviously you saw him pop off on Hanzo on that map. But yeah, like I said, I kind of, I'm familiar with the heroes just from playing ranked. The biggest thing when I play support competitively is I just try to focus on, not feeding. I try to play really safe, try to make sure I'm not dying. I had to play support in one of our games yesterday as well, and I think I only had 1 death in the entire series, so I was pretty proud of myself for that.
Yeah. 1 death is a beautiful number to have right there. I'm envious there.
Yeah.
I guess for you guys, as a team, I actually had Cloud on yesterday after their win, and I've got an interview with them, and they were talking about how they thought their biggest challenge in this tournament was actually going to be Hawaii, when a lot of people thought it would be Tennessee, the second place, but it was actually Hawaii. And now, how do you kind of feel about that? We got Cloud's perspective. What do you feel about that after your win against them yesterday?
I think that is definitely still true. We were really confident playing against Tennessee, and as you saw, they were, it wasn't too hard of a game to win. Hawaii is definitely a really good team, especially their DPS player, Akamai. That guy is insane, and so we do have to be on our A game to make sure we beat them. I think we're all expecting to see them in the grand finals as well, so we're looking forward to hopefully playing them again.
I was going to ask who is your person that you thought was going to get the grand finals. Obviously, Hawaii has to go through Arlington and Tennessee. So you kind of said it already. You think Hawaii is going to get there. That's really cool to see. We're going to have that series up next. But I guess for you guys as a team now, the amount of, and I thought, I kind of talked about, we talked about Divination, so good on that Zenyatta, but also you guys play so much different stuff. 6-man, rush, all that kind of stuff. How do you guys practice so much on those different compositions? How are you guys so good at so many different comps?
I think one thing it comes down to is we like to play, we kind of like to stick to comps that are good on certain maps. So you'll notice when we play Lijiang, we play 6-man on Garden a lot, and we'll play that spammy brawl comp on the control center. And a lot of the times it just kind of comes down to what comps are good on those certain maps. And we thankfully are a very flexible team. Funkmaster, kind of before this year was primarily a Ryan and Winston player, but he's been putting in the hours on the ball, and he's so good at ball now. We've all kind of been improving. So we definitely practice the ball comp the most because it's the hardest. But the nice thing is a lot of those brawl comps and those other comps are already kind of comfort picks for us. So we don't have to put in necessarily as much practice to be as good on those comfort characters.
Ooh, having a wide range of comfort picks, that is a life of a luxury. Not everyone can be as gifted and skilled as you all are. And honestly, it shows your ball composition has definitely been improving throughout this entire season. And the results are probably speaking for themselves. Yahoo, I was excited to hear that you are wanting to see Hawaii make it to the playoffs against you here. They're the only ones currently not on their way to nationals out of the 4 teams that we'll see here today. So we'll see if they are going to meet you there or not. Is there anything you would like to say or anyone you would like to call out or thank before we let you go?
Yeah, I have a few people I'd like to shout out. First of all, just the team. Obviously, our manager Gavin is great, and our coach Spoon does an awesome job at helping us improve. Also, I know a lot of the families of the players are watching, so I know my family is watching right now. Thank you guys so much for supporting us, and it's really great to have you watching and supporting all of our games. And then also, I wanted to shout out you guys as casters and then also the production. You guys do such a great job, so I really appreciate what an awesome job you guys do. Because it's really nice to be able to watch back our games, and you guys do just an awesome job casting. So thank you for that.
Well, Yahoo, thank you so much. Back at you. I'm caught off guard, and I look forward to seeing you guys continue to play. And we'll see you in the grand finals, sir.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much.
Well, folks, like I said, we still have some more matches to come. What we just saw was our winners bracket final. So Tennessee going to go ahead. They will be playing in a couple games later today and have one more chance to come back and try and meet Colorado in the grand finals. But we still have to see UT Arlington face off against University of Hawaii first, and that is one that's going to have a lot of pressure worst. everyone, and welcome back to the EGFC Central Conference Championships. For those of you just joining us right now, I am Waffles for Sid. This is Worst Cast, and behind the scenes we have Aeon as our producer and observer, and we all are going to be bringing you the next matchup today. Now we are about to move into our losers bracket of round 3 of losers bracket. And worst, this is going to be a really exciting matchup. We're going to see UT Arlington go up against University of Hawaii again for this Central Conference Championships.
Yeah, and last time it was a 5-map series, absolute banger of a series, and I think this has a lot of implications. I mean, you saw we had an interview yesterday with Cloud, we had an interview today with Yahoo. Both of them said they expect to see Hawaii back in the grand finals. They thought they were the biggest competition to them. And I have to agree, their performance in Split 1 was a completely different team, literally a completely different team. Everyone was changed out, and the standings don't reflect the actual level they're at right now. And so Hawaii has been absolutely incredible. Had a close match with UT Arlington. I wonder what both teams are going to try to swap up for this one. Maybe in the map veto or map where maps are going to go. Potentially who ends up winning what maps, loses what maps. I could say that at first, the person who wins first map might win the series out if it goes to 5 because they'll have counterpick on 5th map. And that could be very integral for them. But I mean, and for Hawaii, I mean, this is their chance to nationals. This is their way in the nationals is to get top 2. So they need to go through Arlington, they need to go through Tennessee, and I think it's very doable for them. But it's still a gauntlet they have to run.
You're absolutely right, and that means Hawaii is under a ton of pressure during this conference championships. This is where they really need to prove themselves, clutch out the wins if they want to go to nationals. Only the top 2 teams from this championship move on to nationals guaranteed, and right now, the other 3 teams that have been playing this morning are already moving to nationals. So Hawaii is really the one that has the most to lose or gain from this championship. So gonna have a lot of pressure on them, like I mentioned. And, you know, you talked about them having a fully new roster, which, you know, in the spring season, they did. They had a lot of people subbed in. A new lineup came through. Some new synergy had to be built. And, you know, in the last couple of weeks, they've really come together. They've found their groove, and they have been performing spectacularly.
Yep, been performing spectacularly. I mean, Akamai has been absolutely incredible for them as his DPS pairing with Math Dealer on the Tracer Ball. And it looks like what's going to happen here is Genosim TP out their supports, and then it's going to be onto that Tracer for them. It looks like Arlington, I would say, had this kind of inclination of them as a rush team, and I have seen a lot of rush from them, so they're going to be going rush here on Night Market. And this should be a good matchup for Hawaii because they're going to be able to pressure down, spam down with many different angles. And especially with Akamai going in, if you hit right click on, from say it's a right click, instantly should have follow up from Math Dealer and Akamai. They're good at it, but Math Dealer already going to get a little bit spicy right there as they take way too much damage.
Opening up this fight here, it's still Arlington on the point, getting defensively set up. Hawaii's going to take more of a poke damage approach, right? They have Sei on this Echo here, going to be trying to berate them from the sides. Akamai obviously playing this Tracer well and doing the berating from all angles, and well, it looks like the pressure's a little too much. Arlington has moved out into the central area to give space. Actually, they moved out in the central area to collapse on Hawaii's support lineup. From there, they continue pushing to collapse on Hawaii's support lineup, and well, they are still continuing to push and try and hold this point. They have possession and they want to wring out every little bit they can.
Mine's in danger, has the pulse bomb up. If that finds someone importantly, they find someone important here with this pulse bomb, it could just end the fight, but it looks like it's already going back in their favor. They have members back here. Rivergod swapping over to the Lucio from the Zenyatta just to make sure they get back here. And now it's kind of swap from this like extremely poke heavy composition into this just survivable, long lasting composition. With the loss of a Discord, with the addition of a Lucio, it's very hard for them to get on top of anyone. Before they got on top of the support line because of that Zenyatta, now it's not going to be the case.
Julian closed that gap so quickly thanks to the speed boost from Colby there. Flash banged River God and took him out of the play very, very early. From there, Arlington is continuing to just aggress forward. We see the DPS getting a lot of benefit, and from there, they managed to take this point back. I gotta say I was surprised they lost that first round fight because they were able to eliminate both supports of Hawaii, but Hawaii came back, and now, you know, it's still Arlington who needs to catch up to their percentage.
And some part of me would actually like a Pharah over the Echo because a lot more consistent pressure onto the enemy team, and Barrage is actually to get a lot more upfront rally into like an Echo plan can. But should be seeing the ultimates come out thick and fast here as the Echo Puppy already going to be going down. It's going to be looking for a bomb of their own. That can actually help them pressure out point if that sends it in.
Say's trying to build up that self-destruct, and there it is on line and going ahead, sending it through even though they got shattered down, and it finds 2. Doesn't matter that you were sitting and taking a breather, still got the value you were looking for. University of Hawaii continuing to try and push onto Arlington. They need to take this point back because Arlington is about to tie up their percentage.
Yeah, and now they're going to try and get this one out. They're trying not to let this stall too heavily. You have the Lucio being able to do that. They're worried about Julian, who does have, obviously, that flashbang right-click available to them. And River God's in danger. They can turn this back around into Arlington. They get back to point. No one broke that TP. And now Hawaii's kind of routed right now. And you're kind of seeing the issue with this competition. Yes, what should be a lot less killable, but you don't have the punching power that a Zenyatta gives you. And so they're now trying to struggle to really execute kills and find kills. That's actually where I like the Pharah a lot of the time, because you can just actually just hit so many of your shots at these clumped up targets. You're going to be doing so much damage, and the pressure is actually a lot more for Akamai and Math to follow up on. You don't need the Discord.
Ant Matrix is going to be tough to push into, and Arlington now has a teleporter, allows them all to dip right away from that pulse bomb. It's going to be a wall coming through from Dez to try and continue mitigating Hawaii's pressure here. OT bar has been triggered, and it is make or break it time for this first round. Deadeye is going to zone a lot of people out. It's going to be tough to push, and oh, he almost got booped off the map. That was very close and a good attempt, but all in all, Arlington still has the manpower. They are handling the trickle of University of Hawaii coming through, and they are going to be able to take this first round of Lijiang.
Yeah, and now we have to kind of worry about what does this mean for Hawaii going into a map like Control Center, right? You're seeing Arlington obviously really does love the rush, so I think they should be actually pretty set up here to succeed on Control Center, but it is a little bit of a different thing. Hawaii's rush is no joke, and while they do have a lot of emphasis on this ball tracer composition because of how their players love to play, yeah, I think that could definitely be the factor that turns Arlington in their favor. Going to be a Sim Doomfist come out for them, and Hawaii's opting for the Sim Junkrat. We saw this matchup before as well, and what happens is the Sim Doomfist just goes faster than Junkrat can in terms of getting their value off. So basically, Junkrat wants to sit back and spam. Doomfist pushes the issue and forces them to interact.
5, 4, 3.
Dez on this Doomfist has been really devastating in the past as well. I've seen it firsthand, and you know, speed is a bit of the name of the game in these control setups. Right now we see him moving over to the high ground, and a Doomfist dropping down from high ground means he's going to have the maximum amount of slam potential for whatever squishy target he chooses. A nice scope out does come through from Say to try and mitigate that initiation, and it works a little bit, but he's still here on this front line continuing to put the pressure down. A stun onto Julian puts them very, very low, probably makes him nervous, but not as nervous as Dez just got. Oh, don't want to be in the face of Say on that Junkrat. So much damage being output by Arlington that Hawaii already had Ant Matrix online. River God's been keeping them topped off, and now they have the advantage to go ahead and take this point for the opening fight.
Yeah, and now they're going to be able to set up where their competition really loves. They're not going to give space to Doomfist to set up. They're just going to be spamming them out on this choke point. Really just having a stranglehold on this and not allowing Diz to set up is the key. They're giving a lot of space, however. They're kind of worried about flanks. It makes sense, but the TP's going to come in. They're going to just react to this. I don't know if this TP is very warranted, especially against the amount of explosive damage, the amount of AoE damage that can come out.
4 people caught in Math Dealer's Earth Shatter, and he goes ahead and follows up with the pin. Everyone on Hawaii was ready for Arlington to be taking a seat on the ground, and I love the quick follow-up that happens from them.
Yeah, and now we're going to have again, the same setup. How do you get through it? How do you make your way through it? You're sim TPing in. Even that's not that good. I think you just have to go top left. Stop trying to force your way through main. They're gonna get in, but still, you're going into a choke point that's not favorable for you. If you can try and maybe bait it, but now the focus is gonna come out. Can you survive this? You have the beat, but I don't know if it's enough.
Colby doing everything they can to keep Arlington in this fight. Julian commits the wall on top of it, but we know the dangers of a rip tire. It can kill any squishy in a heartbeat, and there it is coming from above. Colby is the unwilling victim right there, poor guy, and oh, what a pin all the way through from Math Dealer. That was exciting. Does pay for it with his life in the end, and that's going to be Arlington flipping this point back in their favor.
Yeah, they're going to flip it back in their favor, and now it's time for Hawaii to try to retake with this competition. A little bit harder, especially when they don't have stuff like the Riptire up. And at the very least, Tiki's not on that Diva, which would really shut down the Junkrat in a lot of ways, but they're going to TP fast. Oh my, Arlington did what they tried to do, got done to them what they tried to do to Hawaii, but the reaction is there.
A couple people dropped from that, but Hawaii is trying to stay bunkered up in this corner. Arlington is continuing to fire into their little setup, and well, with Dez having the tire online, that's going to be a great resource for Arlington to hold this point moving into the next fight.
Yeah, and now it's going to be Dez on that Junkrat now trying to do really what Say was doing. And allowing them in once again. Arlington's allowed them in, and oh, Soap is down already before the wall can come out. That's not good, but Lucio on the outside. That could have gotten two, but doesn't want to push it any further. It's gonna have to settle for just the Lucio, and that's big because the beat, which is the first beat here, Colby's trying to lap them.
It is chaos on the point. Arlington thrown up into the sky. Hawaii almost retaking the point here. They have the numbers, and we're going to go ahead and take it, and they need to. It's 73%. Arlington here is at match point for Lijiang Tower, and if they want to win this map, they're going to have to win this round and the next one.
They're going to have to win this one out. So it all starts here. They have the ultimates to do it. They have the beat as well. They're spamming out the TP. I don't know if Julian went through it or just died to random spam. That was kind of a bait to allow them to walk up. And that's not going to be enough. They're going to have the tire going through. If this can find even just one, it's going to probably end the fight out. But even with that beat finally fading off, that's nothing they can do. 99-66 is going to be the final scoreline. U of Hawai'i is going to send this to a map 3. Already a close one to start out. And we might even just see a map 5 here once again for these two teams. Even with adaptations coming out, these two teams are just so good and so close in skill level. This is going to be amazing.
Nice performance coming through from Hawaii. We were a little concerned about them moving into the control center map, but you know, I'm happy to be proved wrong. Hawaii looking really comfortable, really confident on that last map. It seemed like they had a good understanding of how they wanted to take control of the tempo of the game, really forcing Arlington to push through a lot of those narrow chokes. And moving into the gardens, it could be a little different. It's considerably more open, and oh, just missed the basket. I was rooting for your River God. Quick rollout coming through here from Hawaii, obviously with Taki on the Lucio. Oh, it's going to be even faster. They're looking to aggress forward and take the space before Arlington can. Julian is going to be on this Farah, pocketed by Colby, already paying off, has some results there from the pharmacy and the boost. And well, this change of approach may be exactly what UT Arlington needs. We saw them do something similar here in the night market map, and it was very successful. And well, not as successful this round. Hawaii adapting well, ready for some of that damage, and gonna go ahead, cap this point to open up.
Yeah, and I think one of the big things right now is the six-man composition. Six-man composition actually used in a lot of ways to counter out this composition, in terms of they can get on top of these backline extremely easily, and any tank that wants to try to contest point gets ran over by a hack. So this six-man, in a lot of ways, does get countered by a Farah comp, but it has to be played in a very, very, very specific way. And right now, UT Arlington seemed to perform that on the first fight, so they're going to lose this one out. And now if Hawaii's stuck like this, it gets a little bit easier for them, but they're going to have to try and pick this pace up.
Nice jobs coming through here from Hawaii on this defensive end, but how are they going to defend against the against the barrage that Julian has online? Jumps through the window, pops it right away after he already got a pick earlier, and that is a great advantage for Arlington. They have some of the numbers. Hawaii's trying to commit ultimates to save this point and stall it out a bit longer, but it is still anyone's fight, right? This is Lijiang, this is the Garden, and the ability to jump back here fast is so much more significant than the other maps. 4-man EMP, another EMPs on both sides worst. No one has any abilities. It's all about who can capitalize afterwards, and right now Arlington coming away in the kill feed.
Could be a stalled out fight though. Let's deal with Lucio first off, and then you have Sombras and such coming back in. If this gets stalled out heavily, it could be really bad for them, but no, not going to be the case. And now both EMPs are reset, but Super Juice is already dead. Yes, River God is not in the fight, but Matila has that fight range if they so fit to see it. But now, coming up, no EMP on Dez. You're gonna have a barrage coming up. Yeah, you're gonna have a barrage coming up in a little bit. Actually, a lot of ultras comes out when they're clumped up, but you're gonna have the beat to kind of counter this out. Can you kind of get past the Oonga Booganess of this composition, right? They're just gonna run to point, and any tank that is there, any player that's there is gonna get hacked up and eliminated in most situations.
Oh, the sleeping math dealer during the primal rage, absolutely clutch coming through from Super Juice. You got to hit that ability if you're going to live, and well, it looks like it's going to be Hawaii still continuing to push and try and take this point. Arlington has the possession, and I love this overhead view. We can see Julian is continuously putting in so much damage into Hawaii. The supports on there must have their work cut out for them. Their hearts are probably racing by how critical everyone is all the time, and the stalls coming through from Arlington are very nice.
Yep, they're going to be going through this is kind of like I said, when it gets to this point, when it gets to like the close quarters combat, you're not going to really be able to last very long because of the hacks. Hacks come out, you're just unable to do anything. Lucios fall off the walls. Like, no matter what happens, you are just not going to be able to solve that point, and they're going to be able to just collapse on you and take you out. Full ultimates here online for Hawaii. It's going to be on Dez. Dez has to hit a massive EMP, but it's not even up yet.
EMP is online for both teams, and those are extremely powerful ultimates. 2 people clipped by EMP from Arlington here, including Taki with the sound barrier on top of it. Does go down in the process. Arlington has the presence on the point. OT bar has been triggered, and this is their chance to take it back and try and win this map. It's the last round of Lijiang Tower, and Arlington just took it back.
Say may have just hit a 0-man EMP right there. That is like the biggest mistake probably of the round. Like, that you needed that in order to win that fight out. They're gonna have their EMP. You have to match it with an EMP of your own, and they kind of got it out. They didn't have any support else to help you through it. Now they're gonna have that. Do they just run into them and try to just run over this front line? Once again, the boop was dangerous. They didn't get eaten up, but they're not gonna have a lot of ability once this coalescence goes down.
Ooh, a nice zoning minefield coming through from Soap as well. It's gonna be even tougher for Hawaii to push onto this point. OT bar has been triggered, and Arlington has the possession. Hawaii wants to do everything they can to stay in this Lijiang Tower fight, but it is an uphill battle. The spawns are close. Dez EMP. Oh, there it is. Catches a lot of people. That's 4 people there, but it's so difficult to follow up. There's some stragglers from Hawaii, and with just this self-destruct, it's going to be a lot of zoning here for Arlington. Hawaii doing their best to trickle on, but you know, this is Lijiang. Gardens in particular, like I mentioned, has a long stall potential for all of these players, and if they're not doing it perfectly and continuing to focus fire, this could turn at any point. Arlington keeping their cool though. You can see Julian trying to hit this Lucio. Wow, he's slippery. And with that, it's gonna finally close out Arlington's win here on Lijiang Tower.
I'm gonna be honest, that was all in Hawaii's hands, but very crucial mistakes, going extremely, like, they could try to just force point there. In my opinion, they could try to force point there. Instead, they go super far with the rotation with the coalescence. The anti-nade hits, which has to kind of be eaten. Like, there are certain things as a diva, like, you are playing to deny win conditions a lot of the time. That is your role as a diva with the DM. Because of how DM works, your job is to deny enemy win conditions. Well, what is the win condition going to your composition? One, it's going to be EMPL all the time. You're on spot checking duty. There it was like, okay, I got to keep my Moira alive for this coalescence. I got to keep my supports alive, so DM should just be on them constantly. And then it was well for say with that EMP, if that hits. Like, that was the win condition for you as well, that other fight. So a couple of mistakes leads to them losing that map. That was extremely close. I'm going to expect to see that more and more. And I said beginning, whatever team wins the first map may just win the series out because of counterpick, because of how the counterpick works. So I don't know. We'll see how that ends up in the next map, but that's a rough one to end up on Hawaii. That was so winnable for you, and you just let it slip through your hands.
And you know that is no skin off of Arlington either. They did a very good job at coming back. They recognized that Hawaii had overstepped, capitalized, encircled, and then managed to take the point back right at the last minute. You know, we talked about this earlier. This isn't the first time these two teams have faced off, and they actually faced off in round 1 of the championships earlier yesterday. There's probably some bad blood a little bit left over from yesterday. Hawaii did come away with the win, and if I was Arlington, I would be extremely fired up to try and come back and show Hawaii, let's not take yesterday as what is consistent. This is now the, losers bracket round 3 fight, like round 3. This is where it is time to play your best, because if you lose this game, you're out.
Yeah, and I want to kind of say this because it's going to be a recurring feature on this matchup because we've seen it before. Last time what happened was Lijiang was a starting map, and it was Hawaii who won it. And then the next time they went to was King's Row. Now Hawaii lost the first map. It was 2-1 both times, but this time in Arlington's favor. They picked Eichenwalde instead. Last time, King's Row was won out by Arlington. So obviously not wanting to go back there. Eichenwalde is their counter pick. This could just be a map that they are just very, very confident on, and maybe Arlington isn't as prepared for it. Yesterday, I was with Loki, and we were talking about how weird Eichenwalde is in the map in terms of the transitioning of compositions, right? There's not a composition that is extremely good on attacking side of first point that's also extremely easy and good to run on second point and then into third point, right? You have to swap up at least one of those phases. You're not running the same composition for the majority of the time. Like, majority of the time, you're not running the same composition all 3 points. Because last point, you're going to end up on something that is very different to either first or second.
And maps like this really show the flexibility and the full array of a team's compositions and skills. And I do really enjoy moving to maps like that instead of, our typical King's Row, Rush Brawl kind of vibe we get. I think that this Eichenwalde pick could be very, very good for Hawaii. I kind of get why they like it. They do a lot of these, poke styles. They're jumping in. Getting up in the face of Arlington is not really what they want to do all the time. Akamai and Sei have been popping off, and enabling them to take those other angles and be that distraction is very, 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 it gives Hawaii a lot of success.
Looks like they're gonna be going towards this rush for Hawaii, and this is a comp that feels pretty bad to run a lot of time on second point into like a double shield or into a ball comp, because there's the amount of spam and the amount of your rotations are very long and very dangerous is the thing. There's a lot of parts of the map where you don't have a lot of cover, but they're gonna be running this rush comp. And they're matching from Arlington, except it's a Sombra Cassidy. I don't like this. You are going to just lose the neutral a lot of the time.
Wow.
With this insane, with the rollout just takes out Julian.
Arlington was not ready. I just sat here with my mouth gaping open, enjoying the show, and Sei's rollout on that Doomfist was gorgeous. Taking a page out of Chipsa and Zebra's book. Beautiful job, completely attacked the back line. Hawaii having that huge opportunity to just aggress forward. And with Cass out of the picture, that is a lot of crowd control removed from the board. That means Hawaii can continue pushing forward. Akamai's wall's gonna slow down Arlington even more. And now they already have 2 ticks. It's just a trickle game for Arlington trying to hold this last point. And with Soap going down, that's gonna be Hawaii taking this first point so fast worse.
Yeah, so best comes out. This competition from Hawaii can just go faster than Arlington. Sombra is not a neutrally amazing character in a rush comp mirror. Because what's going to happen is you're going to try to get the hack off, but by the time that hack comes through, or by the hack even starts to come through, they're already in your face, like right now. They're just in them, just trying to fight them and brawl them out. And the Sombra doesn't have the time to set up.
the devastation coming through from Say. Oh, he gets punched back in return. Love it, Super Juice. Nice job. But University of Hawaii did a great job. They committed a few ultimates, but Math Dealer is already back at 50% to Earth Shatter. Now, I know we don't see tons and tons of Reinhardt play always during this second Streets phase, but when you are having this much success as an attacker on it, you got to keep on rolling. I love that they've already taken this high ground here, and Arlington is going to have to displace them. What a freeze! Akamai had it in the bag just in the nick of time, dodged the EMP, able to put the wall up to help save his friends even more. And well, there are exchanges back and forth as a result. Hawaii was able to stay in this fight and actually make it competitive here. The blizzard being thrown is going to be committed straight onto Arlington. They're frozen up, and Sound Barrier's gonna stall him. So frozen and then sent over the side. Nice opportunity taken there by Taki.
Dez swaps over the Doomfist of their own. Is gonna get forced out, and now it's on the save. That ult goes off. Maybe they win this one out. Diva's gonna be able to touch Heine in the back. We're gonna have to be very worried right now. The boop out as well. Colby taking out their opposite there with the assist.
Oh my goodness, and at the very last moment, Arlington coming back to hold this second checkpoint.
Yeah, we hold the second checkpoint right there, and a lot of it was, I'm surprised that the Blizzard was committed so deep. I mean, they find 2 off of it, but then they're never able to kind of reset and get a good footing themselves, University of Hawaii, and group back up. They're just very split, and that helps UC Arlington have that little 2-man play on high ground with that high noon. It forces them into a bad position, and Colby capitalizing. Now it's Say's turn to not be able to set up. You again, very long rotations and very dangerous at that.
Hawaii's just moving to the point. They know that they only need to move it a tiny bit, and oh, they're stuck on the ground. Colby takes the pin for Math Dealer, but is it worth it? Arlington continues to try and push forward to take Hawaii down, and in the nick of time, still continuing to hold this second choke.
Yeah, and now again, it's going to be Hawaii trying to get in, and I think you really just need to, once you get in, just go full commit to the ball here. You have the beat as well to help you out, and I don't even know if you might want to keep this May. You might want to swap the Cassidy of yourself, but right now it's perfectly understandable. It's on to Dez. Does they get caught out? They're going to have to try and set up, and this is the problem Say's having. Doomfist as well needs a little bit of setup before the fight starts, and Say's not been finding it.
Aggression coming through there from Hawaii once again, and well, there is the sound barrier reinforcing them to live throughout this fight. We know they like to hit the go button once it's popped, and well, Arlington pops one as a response of their own. Now how is the Blizzard going to be handled? And it's gone. Doesn't need to be handled at all. Worse.
Yep, they're just completely gone. Nothing they can do, and now they're going to be going. Nothing they can do to help that Blizzard out, but that's the rest of the fight going to go their way. Just a lot of ults in their favor, though. So Arlington going to be swapping up. This is the point that you traditionally see a lot of that Doomfist. I wonder if they're going to swap Junkrat. There it is. I already saw Say kind of running back there, and Dez going to be swapping off to the May. The more enclosed area really does help get benefited from that May wall going out, and now Say just kind of wants to play back. It does help as the attacker side to kind of have this Junkrat be able to do this, because you can kind of pick the tempo.
Immortality Field committed early there for Arlington, and oh, a shatter in response. The wall goes up as well from Hawaii. Not sure if that was intentional or not, but the kills are still coming through. The isolations were there, and with the main tank gone from Arlington, Hawaii knows they can continue to just aggress forward. There's a couple seconds left before he starts coming back through that doorway. They've got to stall it out and regroup a little bit. Hawaii not letting up at all, and with the commitment of this Amp Matrix, they want to continue to try and throw the damage into Arlington. Capping this last little point here of Eichenwalde is really tough, and Hawaii gonna wait a moment to regroup. They're gonna throw the tire in the middle. It gets taken down. Throwing it straight into an Amp Matrix is going to be a tough battle, and with ultimates flying left and right, neither of these teams want to give up an inch without having to fully regroup or be told to regroup.
And now they're going to be resetting here. It's going to actually help Rivergod a lot, building up this amplification matrix, and there's going to be so little resources here for UT Arlington, where they're going to be able to aggress with this AMP. You're splitting too much. You're splitting way too much. Items and comments, you're going to get 4. As I said, you get 5 there, but only find 2. And now they're going to push up. It's only 2, but it still allows them to win out that fight. If that doesn't happen, if that high noon does not come out, and University of Hawaii is able to stabilize, and they're able to get the amplification matrix in front, UT Arlington will just not have the resources to contend with it. But now they're kind of reset themselves. They have an amplification matrix, but I believe they were already down like 60% on, but already being made up. And they're also going to have this Blizzard to be that X factor.
It's going to be a long, tough walk for Hawaii as they push into Arlington here. The wall doesn't quite clip anyone, but there are amp matrices from both sides, so lots of damage getting thrown. Shatter lands on 3 people, including Math Dealer, and with so much of the front line clipped from Hawaii, that is going to send them back to spawn. And worse, if they are going to have a solid full team regroup for one last fight, they're going to have to hurry.
Yep, they're going to have to hurry indeed, and 30 seconds now remaining. The goal is to end with more than a minute, but that is just off the card, off the table, and they still have to contend with these fight-winning ultimates in this Blizzard, in this beat coming up, and as well, Tiki's bomb can always be kind of a mystery on how much value it's going to get. Could kill 6, it could kill none, but right now, it looks like it's not going to find anything. The micro missiles will do it instead!
Oh, there are so many kills right there for Arlington. 13 seconds left, and it is just Rivergod alive here from Hawaii. He's got his ultimate. He's all alone, and that is going to probably close the deal. Oh, no. We see some close attempts here, but there's too much crowd control on the line for Arlington, and they're going to hold strong.
They are going to now be looking to kind of come back on their defense there. It was a really strong first point. Second point stalls it out, and third point they were not able to get through, but still have definitely a winnable map for them as they seem to want to play this rush comp. I wonder if Arlington is also going to want to get it into them on the attacking side, or if we see swap ups from both sides even. Definitely can run that Pharah on this first point attack. You can also run a double shield on first point attack into a second point first point defense into a second point defense. Double shield is very strong, even to a rush comp. So I wonder what the kind of idea from both these sides are. It is kind of up in the air. We're going to see in just a moment what these two teams are looking to do. It looks like it's going to be a ball defense comp in a rush attack. I like this. It can be a bit tricky to execute on first point. It is very skill heavy for the ball comp, but I think that definitely on second point it becomes a lot easier.
Attackers incoming in 30
I'm excited to see Hawaii roll this out. I love watching Akamai on this Tracer. Yesterday, he was tearing it up. He was absolutely in his flow state. Ooh, and rocking the OG classic Tracer skin there. But he was getting... They were on in the last game I was in. So, okay, I guess that's definitely on me. They're all classics these days. Good call. But, you know, with Akamai on that Tracer, he was getting 3 Ks and, well, essentially one clipping a few people here and there. So gonna be a big nuisance for UT Arlington. They do have to aggress through the small choke, and with Say on this Echo, there's gonna be a lot of threat from the air. Julian's gonna have a lot of pressure to try and keep him in his place. Arlington already aggressing forward and bowled back just as quickly. Once they're booped in the air, Akamai and Math Dealer are following up. Everyone is shooting at the enemy as they are suspended and cannot do anything but let gravity bring them to the earth.
Yeah, and right there, this is the University of Hawaii College we've seen on a map like Hanamura as well. This is the kind of defense setup they want to go for, and it's always really on Matthew and Akamai to get that aggressive picks going, right? You have to be going and stopping them, halting them with that ball tracer combination. Now UT Arlington is going to wise up. They're going to be running 6-man, kind of considered a counter to this, can get on top of this Rig and Zen pretty easily, but still you have to worry. It really is on Akamai. Can you shut them down? You have the Moira to fade out, but once fade is forced, that's a sitting duck. Everyone on Hawaii should be saying, kill the Moira.
Well, Super Juice did just switch over to Moira in this last push. So, you know, doing a good job continuing to charge their ultimate already at 40% Coalescence is a fast charging ultimate, and now Arlington trying to push out of this small room, diving up high, trying to capitalize on anyone from Hawaii who might be a little bit lonelier, but suddenly they're getting encircled. Hawaii trying to collapse behind them as well, and there is the additional pressure. Say duplicated onto the Winston is so much frontline damage and so much frontline presence that Arlington cannot take this point.
Yep, and now for Hawaii, it seems like definitely a good swap up for them. Like I said, last time the team played, it went to King's Row. Arlington lost the first map, ended up picking King's Row, and they won that out. It was a close map still, but Hawaii seems to definitely be the more prepared team here on this Eichenwalde. So loser's pick definitely coming into effect here. You cannot underrate how important that is for teams. And now Pulse Bomb back on Akamai, Minefield as well. These two main cruxes of this competition, like I said earlier, they have all the tools in the world to make this work.
Minefield drops, and as soon as it happens, so many members are caught out of the way. They have to move around, and Arlington commits the sound barrier to keep themselves tanky and fueled for this fight. Super Juice is trying to find the damage and get the value they need with this Coalescence, but it is a tough battle for them. Self-destruct right there in their face, and it does clip Math Dealer in the end. Hawaii doesn't want to give up as much of this point if they can. All the time burned off is definitely good, but Arlington's gonna overwhelm them. Go ahead and take this first point.
Yep, they're going to take this first point finally after a little bit of a struggle. And now, University of Hawaii's competition actually has more space to work with, you know? That's a little bit that's a little bit better for them. They have a lot of space to work with, but Arlington trying to deny that already. This is exactly what you want to do when you win that first point. You want to try and snowball it into second point map advantages. But, I mean, you're already going extremely low. Colby's under pressure, and now Julian going to have to back out. And you might have gone a little bit too far too early as your team did not have the staying power.
It is really difficult right now for Arlington to push through with how much pressure Say and Akamai are putting on them. And it is unrelenting and from so many different angles.
Yep, they are so many angles to kind of work with here. Look at Akamai and Matt Dilo already set up, perched above like a cat that just saw something they really, really liked. They are now ready to pounce on top of it and make its day a living nightmare. As now they're going to be going forward, but Say is going to be the first one to actually fall in this fight.
That's nice that Dez recognized he was, singled out and trying to find some other off angles. Sound barrier for Arlington once again going to enable their aggression, and they are trying to hold their ground. An EMP is going to clip Hawaii, and they are going to continue pushing forward. There were 4 people caught by it, but who can they capitalize on after that? The remake has to be committed, and, well, it is all downhill for Hawaii from there. Arlington finding their momentum, getting the kills they need, and they are going to keep on rolling this payload forward. Yeah, good chase.
Yeah, Say
nice,
found one, but this follows up. A lot of ults expended for both sides, but now and crucially, you're gonna have the rally here for VTech, and you have the ultimate here for the Reaper, the Death Blossom, but it's so easy to shut down a bash, just eating it with DM, any amount of just killing the Reaper a lot of the time forehead, like just kill the Reaper, but there is a lot of opportunities here for Hawaii to shut this down. They're gonna rally early, and now Julian's kind of like, I can't really Death Blossom into this.
Yeah, no one wants to Death Blossom into a rally. Not advisable, but oh, nice push. Oh, a good catch by Nepotus. I thought you were going off the edge, my friend, but you managed to land on the little platform. Julian still has this Death Blossom, though, and there it is in a small room, stunned with River God already popping trance. Big brain plays there from Hawaii. Is it going to save them this fight? Still to be determined, but nonetheless valiant either way, and Arlington still pushing this payload, slowly whittling the members of Hawaii who are jumping on, and sound barrier might be the nail in the whoa, I spoke too soon. Hawaii is responding back so fast, worst, and there's only 36 seconds left on the board.
And this is part where Julian, though, on this Reaper is going to really just feast on people. There's not enough focus damage to pressure them out, not enough CC being sent their way, and so they're just able to lifesteal through it all. And now they're going to be able to push down to third point. Does Hawaii swap? I think they should, personally. They have some bad spawns, but really should be going on to that rush competition, which has a favorable matchup into UT Arlington, but Arlington still has the main cruxes of the competition. Death Blossom, EMP, and that Coalescence. Someone has to find Dez quickly and has to force them out. Diva has to be literally just DPI switching, shooting everywhere. Napota's already starting to look for it, but hasn't found him just yet. EMP comes out, the follow-up is there.
5 people all on Hawaii clipped, and Julian knows that it's time for him to hit the Death Blossom. 3 health left, and he can, of course, wraith away. And with that closing fight, Arlington going to go ahead and take Eichenwalde.
And now Hawaii is on the brink. We've seen a close series from them before. We'll see if it happens again, but UT Arlington has started out strong at 2-0, and even on Hawaii's map pick, first point looks so good for them, but second and third, just they could not hold on. And I mean, now you kind of be worried here if you're a University of Hawaii fan. You're gonna go onto 2CP. Where do they want to go? Where is a style that favors them over Arlington? They have the 6-man to pull out for this ball comp. It was effective before, so they have answers to what I would consider is Hawaii's best look.
I agree, and this really speaks worlds to Arlington's development over this conference championships. It's conference championships, and people have a different aura when they come into this tournament. It's more serious, there's more stakes on the line. This is where it's really a big proving ground opportunity for you to define yourself before going into nationals. And Arlington already took a loss against Hawaii earlier this tournament, and they have taken that loss. They've watched what they did wrong, and they're adapting to Hawaii. They are combating them, and I'm really excited to see what we bring for our assault map. We're gonna bring it to a quick break, and then we'll be back in the action. Hello, folks, and welcome back to the EGFC Central Conference Championships. We are about to move into our assault map of Hanamura, and right now, University of Arlington. Oh my goodness, UT Arlington is at match point against University of Hawaii, and worst, Arlington has been coming back with a vengeance this series.
Yeah, and I think they really took that 5-mapper to heart, because now they're going up here against Hawaii. I think a big X factor for them has been the Sombra. When we saw the Sombra v Sombra play, it was going the way of UT Arlington. So I think that could be kind of what has changed, maybe a crux or the linchpin of this victory for them so far in these first 2 maps. has been Sombra. So I'm excited to see if that continues here on Hanamura. Probably not, because Sombra's not really present.
Yeah, and you know, Sombra has been a very, I mean, Sombra is an incredible player in general in Overwatch, taking away abilities, but I was really impressed with the Reaper that Arlington also brought. I thought that frontline presence was really tough for Hawaii to combat, especially when they have so many people taking off angles and not really standing up that aggressively to all of the onslaught coming through. We see Arlington here set up, and with Dez on this Hanzo and Julian on the Ashe, there's going to be a lot of long-range damage.
Yeah, a lot of long-range damage here on this defense, but it's not going to find a lot of good targets for them. They really just kind of want to shut down Akamai here and Matt Dealer, so maybe some more CC would have been warranted, but obviously had no way of knowing that exact thing was going to come out in its entirety. But Colby's already down, the Storm Arrows find their mark, and now it's time for University of Hawaii to swarm.
Colby going down early could be devastating for Arlington. They are down a big support player, and there's no res online. A lot of damage pockets have been coming through from him as well, and so that means the DPS is going to have to fend for themselves a bit more. Damage coming through from Akamai, continuously pressuring the angles and the different sides. Arlington might have wanted more of that CC like you mentioned, Worst, but the deal has been done here in this first point. Hawaii strongly set up here, and with Say on this Hanzo, Pulse Bomb online, I'm not sure Arlington has a chance to even contest.
But they're really going to need some CC here to lock them down. Yes, your long-range damage is good, but if it can't find its target because they're so mobile, it's going to be hard to do. And you're never really long-range taking out River God or VTAC unless you get that Hanzo headshot. But when you're under so much pressure all the time from Matthew and Akamai, you just don't have that. They're not swapping up the composition, except for the fact they're swapping that Mercy over to the Brig. I think that is a good decision. Matthew now has to be ready. You cannot slam. No slamming zone. With that Brigadier's around, you just don't want to slam because it locks yourself in a linear movement. They know where you're going to land, and they're just going to stun you up, and you are going to perish.
Pulse Bomb thrown straight into the back, does go ahead and take down the Immortality field. Oh, Tiki didn't know there were some mines there when he backed straight into them, and now there's been a couple of picks that gives off Hawaii an opportunity to try and push. The DPS are putting in the work, but Say goes ahead, loses that duel against Colby there, and with Akamai really the only point presence, Hawaii gonna have to regroup.
Now the swapping off to the rush comp after getting out some ultimates, I think this now makes a lot more sense for Arlington. They have the characters here to match this rush comp or to beat this rush comp, but you're gonna have to make your way through this flux. You don't really have anything but the lamp, and while that's effective, it could, when paired up with the dragon, if that lamp does go down at any different point, you kind of just lose the fight. I want you to Arlington actually go faster here. Go with Tiki's flux faster than theirs, because they're going to have to try and set up there with the dragon as well, and if you kind of disrupt that, a lot of the time in Overwatch is about going faster than the enemy team.
Flux is going to open up the fight here from Napotus, and the Dragons are going to tear through the high ground on top of it. They go ahead and, well, they get slant, or I'm sorry, not too much found there, and, well, Hawaii's still continuing to push around. They want to encircle Arlington, and there is a pick in the back. Math Dealer going down as well pretty much spells disaster for them, and I like that they're trying to go ahead and back out now.
Now,
maybe not Say.
Say gonna just get out. And by get out, I mean go back to spawn. A forceful nature, but still. And now you start to have this thing. Bongo's up, you have Rally up, you're not winning this neutral fight. There's no way you beat a Rally Bongo neutrally without any ultimates of your own, just because of how impactful those ults are. I actually would just like if Arlington uses this fight to get the Bongo off, because you can kind of use Bongo as a refill. You refill the rest of your ult bank, but now Julian, you have to be careful. If they had noticed that Julian was a little bit overextended there before, they would have ran them over. Now trying to go out top here, trying to remove the Sigma as well, but there it is, Bongo. Walking into this, you're going to take so much damage.
See Julian firing here from the high ground. Both Ant Matrixes trying to enable the DPS. Ooh, that dynamite also nasty as Akamai has already gone down. Arlington's been doing a fantastic job at handling Hawaii's rotations, and whichever angle it seems like they want to push up, Arlington is getting an early pick and taking an off angle to do so.
Yeah. And really what happens now is University of Hawaii is going to keep kind of running in over and over and over again. And try to get some space, but they're just going to get met with explosive dynamite, Sigma orbs. They're going to get found with pulls, forcing them back, and they're going to have to try to really work hard at it to make their way through the multiple barriers, kind of metaphorically, that they have to work through. Des, don't do that. You almost just died for that if that was not there, but they're going to keep it on high ground, but look at that. One of the barriers is going to be a pull.
Dragons are going to be sent down towards the bottom, clipping Taki there. No speed online for Hawaii for this push if they're going to continue. And, well, it looks like a few of them have already been sectioned out and isolated. Arlington has been doing a good job at recognizing, you know, when someone's a little bit overextended, a little too aggressive. And that is partially why they are getting some of these initial picks, too.
I'm working through it right now. They're slowly kind of making more progress into the into the point, but I mean, right now they're kind of stalled out in the courtyard. They're gonna have some ults to work with here. They have the window if they want to kind of make some angles of pressure for their own team. It's only gonna really be the Baptiste and the Cassidy shooting behind it, but still something you have to respect. They're gonna go high ground, trying to rush down this brigade. Colby's a little bit out of position. The bash is gonna save him.
Ed-Eye clips 2 DPS on Arlington, and that is Hawaii's go button. This is it. They only have 1:17 left on the clock, and it is match point for Arlington right now. Hawaii needs to win this if they want to have a chance at going to nationals, and this is where they have to stop Arlington. If they can cap 2 points here, it's close, and there it is. Hawaii able to get the second checkpoint with 1:04 left on the clock. And ultimates left in the bank.
More than a minute, always the most important thing, because what happens is if now Arlington caps with 0 time on the clock, it's an overtime, basically Hawaii does not have to play out a defense. They go straight to attack, and they have to cap 1 tick or it's a draw. This way, now it's on Arlington to have to cap with more than 0.00, where Hawaii before, if they had less than a minute, Arlington can actually just cap in overtime and still have their chance to attack and defend. So denying that from the enemy team is always massive, but that's considering that if Arlington doesn't have a strong attack, which I believe they should, I believe this match should be good for them. I believe in their last matchup, what happened was Arlington actually won this 2-1 on Hanamura. So, kind of.
That is correct.
I mean, this is kind of going the way of like. This is kind of going the way it went last time, except Hawaii didn't win that first map. So it's going to look like a 3-0, right? If it goes back to like, what happened last time, where it's a 3-0 because they won both that hybrid and that 2CP, but all because Hawaii was so close to winning on that control. We could have seen an exact replica of last time.
Yeah, I agree. And Hawaii has been doing a fantastic job this entire round. And honestly, the end of their spring season in general has been absolutely killer. They had a big refresh, and you know, they've had a lot of issues with some of the timing and making sure everybody had the availability. It's tough being a student athlete, you know, and all of these guys are in college as well. And Hawaii here definitely had the odds stacked against them. They did lose Akamai early in this fight, and that could be really tough. He will come back fast, but it is a long walk back to this first point here. Arlington trying to stay grouped up close together, wait out that ante that came through, and they did manage to survive so far. There's still some room for them to get taken down, but Dez is looking to charge up this Symmetra beam. Once it gets charged up, it can be very, very deadly. And with 2 ticks already in the bank for Arlington, Hawaii has to step on the point. They finally are contesting, and once they do, Math Dealer goes down one after another. It seems like the members of Hawaii are starting to follow, but they are going to burn this clock as much as they can.
Yeah, and already a very strong attack that started out for UT Arlington, and they're going to try to snowball this. They can have the TP left side, the spawns, while they are quick. They still have to have that kind of 2-second walkout phase. They're just going to straight on to this point. They have ults to work with, but so does the POTUS.
High Noon being triggered here, and the sound barrier going to keep them alive as they are fluxed into the air. Arlington is looking to try and snowball this point here. They want to cap it, and they want to cap it with an obnoxious amount of time if possible. Hawaii is doing everything they can to stop this push. They are throwing all of their ultimates in it, and there it is. Soap finally going down to a self-destruct. That's one shield off the board. Can Hawaii continue to hold? It is a scrappy fight, and here is the flooding and the trickling from the respawns are very much in favor of Hawaii. Arlington not giving any space and not going down without an easy fight. The Nano has to be committed onto Say so they can get out, try and be a threat, displace members of Arlington, and continue to hold this point.
Let's do Julian. Let's do Julian. Let's do it.
Akamai
with the pulse bomb. Finds on the dash. They walk straight into the rest of them. A massive play from the Tracer is going to save that one. That could have been dangerous. They have the kind of the gusto to keep on going in that fight, but it's actually taken all the wind out of their sails with one press of the Q button.
What a beautiful pulse bomb coming through from Akamai. We talked about how insane he can be on this Tracer, and you know, he's gonna lob it here into the thick of Arlington. It was a very intense moment, and that was an easy nail in the coffin, forcing Arlington to reset.
Forces them to reset, and now Math Dealer is going to be trying to replicate some of that earlier explosive success there with a minefield of their own. Is going to be going up from behind, looking to get it off. Finds it, kind of clips some of the high ground, but Dez finding Akamai, taking out a lot of that backward pressure, and they're able to kind of stabilize here on the high ground. Wait. Tiki
got melt. Oh, I thought Tiki was gonna go down, but Julian saves him at just the very last moment. Rez is denied from Tiki, and while Tiki seems to be wanting to take this fight into his own hands, he's continuing to berate and pressure the members of Hawaii. He's covering his teammates, and Deadeye clips Taki as they try to fly away. Arlington continuing to push onto this point. They almost have all of it capped. Hawaii doing everything they can to trickle on, stall out this time bank here, and with 3:26 left on the clock, it is close. Gonna be right there at 3:24, finishing up for Arlington's time bank.
Man, what a good attack here from Arlington so far. They were really strong on Hanamura before. A lot of H names. There's a lot of H names in this game.
There are.
So it gets a little confusing sometimes. I think there's only 3 of them. It's same thing. Too many. Too big. I only cast. I'm here to yap. I'm not here to count. Okay? I'm not a mathematician. I am a casterician. So that's not a word, but you know what? It's fine. We're gonna try to move in here, see what Hawaii wants to do on their attack. I'm assuming it's gonna be the same thing. But what does Arlington swap up? I think you keep the break from the start. Maybe have a Cassidy over an Ashe, and you keep the Hanzo. I think that's gonna be what they're gonna go for. Actually, gonna be a Bastion setup. Okay, so I think they're seeing that there wasn't a Pharah. There was a little bit less of the poke, maybe, without the Mercy, so they're going to opt in for this. We saw this a lot from Tennessee, but in a very different circumstance, and I don't know if I completely love it.
Arlington only has to defend for 1 minute though, and if Hawaii's not ready for this and they get shredded down in this opening fight because of this strategy here from Julian that has so much damage output potential specifically, then that might burn enough time that Hawaii can't get a solid push in. With this transition back and forth, moving from high ground to low ground too, it's going to be even harder to take them down, especially since Arlington will be able to move into a position that is favorable at a moment's notice, right? Already, Math Dealer squeezing by, trying to make some space and get behind enemy lines. Normal Hammond setup right there. See Hawaii taking it a little bit slow. They want to make sure they're setting up and staging these plays the right way. Already on the point, taking one presence. Are they going to give him a tick? No. Arlington steps on just at the last moment. Very nice, preventing even one tick coming through from Hawaii. So far, 26 seconds left on the clock. This is not much time, and Hawaii needs to make a move. It looks like they're going slow. They want to take this as a one full team fight. Julian has already gone down. This is the opportunity Hawaii needs to continue aggressing forward and take this point. It's match point for Arlington, and Hawaii wants to go to nationals. They're going to have to win this. Akamai needs to have some big hero plays. Here's the pulse bomb stuck. gets Soap out of the picture. Gonna be another one in the bank. Takes the concretion to the face, but no worries there. The other members of this team are still holding strong, trying to bring this fight to a conclusion. It is just Say here on here. Julian popping off on this soldier, and oh my goodness, what a clutch play coming through. Hawaii trying to do what they can to stay on this point and take it, and there it is. More kills coming through. Say finding a bit of his footing. Hawaii does have one tick only though. They're doing a good job at handling Arlington's trickle, but Arlington is not giving up without any fights, and with just Colby here on the point, it's still Hawaii slowly encircling him, and that's Hawaii taking the first point.
Yeah, and really what you see a lot of the time for Hawaii is the overtime situations. They're so good in them. We saw this yesterday against Colorado of all teams, win out on Hanamura in an absolutely insane fashion, and right now trying to do the same. A lot of the ult used late by Arlington are now going to be matched by 4 ultimates on the side of Hawaii. They're going to clear high on with this dragon. Mine's on point. This is going to be a storm they have to weather.
A lot of ultimates have been popped from Hawaii, and now Transcendence joining them as well. Everyone being topped off, feeling really good, hanging out in the minefield where Arlington cannot push into them, and still looking to try and take this point. Right now, Hawaii wants to continue moving, but they've lost a few members. The spawn advantage is massively in favor of Arlington, and the OT bar is also in their favor. It is slowly burning down, and it burns down ever so fast. Now with the last person being removed and a visor pop, Arlington gonna go ahead and hold defensively for this third round.
I want to kind of be hopeful that Hawaii is able to kind of maybe win this or tie this again. If this first cap comes from Arlington, they have to cap a tick or it's a tie. But for Hawaii, it is a bit of can they stop this attack? Can they stop this sim TP rush? Like last time, they just allowed them to stay on point way too long. When that TP comes in onto point, there needs to be a burst potential out of that TP. Like you need to be able to take someone out immediately, because that TP just leaves you so wide open. It leaves you so out in the air, and it just leaves you exposed to so many different angles. But if you're not able to capitalize on that immediately, and you let them kind of sit around, they have the advantage when they're 6-man stacked on point. So kind of have to see that kind of get capitalized on, and we're going to see that here from Hawaii. They're swapping over Say to the Farah, a lot more of that burst out of the TP, a lot more consistent damage coming out, a lot of consistent damage, and also Barrage is an excellent way to shut down a rush call.
We'll have to see how much success they can bring. There's still 3:24 on the clock for Arlington to push, and that's a long time to be able to make your way to the first point and to build up resources.
Already we're going to kind of see, does Arlington see this Farah and adapt differently? Matthew is going to be kind of scouting this out. What are they running and how are we going to play it? As soon as they see that there's a rush comp, they hear the rush comp come out, they're just going to back up. Give a little bit of space here. They're going to try and play for the anti-TP strat. And again, I think UTA is going to do this TP to point. I hate this TP to point. And if it's not matched, I mean, like, if you just let them get away with this, that would be absolutely dreadful. The slam in the back line is going to get matched by the stun, but still, it's a little bit dangerous from both sides.
It's a brawl here on the point, just as Arlington wanted. Hawaii trying to do their best to mitigate the damage and back away. Teleporter from Dez hoping to try and collapse a bit more on the back, but they ran away in the process. One tick in favor of Arlington here as Hawaii is continuing to try and hold strong, but losing Say is tough. Now Taki caught off alone, doesn't have any support, and with that, it's going to be a tough battle here for Hawaii. Arlington doing a good job at continuing to take it, and Hawaii trying to just stall out this time bank a bit longer.
The turrets are really being the X factor in this fight. So much damage coming down. We say the turret is a 7th man. Well, the turrets added together make them about one person, but just in such a limited area, and they somehow walked into all of them. No longer a winnable game here, a winnable map here for Hawaii. It's only drawable, but they still have 2 minutes and 40 to do it, and the snowball we saw from last time is not on the table. And it's not requiring Akamai to hit a massive pulse bomb to do it either. But there is a beat they had to contend with. Mines aren't available just yet. If they were available now, as soon as the TP goes down, I would be much more happy with what they're able to do here.
Deadeye gets 2! Both Sky players taken out from Julian. A quick teleport to the high ground is going to seal the deal. A nice sound barrier to keep everyone in Arlington topped off during the flux of Napotus, and they are still continuing to cap this point. It is just a sliver away from their victory here in the losers bracket, and there it is, Arlington taking home the win.
Yeah, and this is like, we said this before, this is what it was for Hawaii last time against this team when they went 5 maps with them. The only difference was they won that Lijiang. They won that 99-99 situation. This time around, they didn't, so it ends up looking like a 3-0. Looks like a extremely one-sided game. No, it was really close time and time again. This could have easily gone 5 maps once again for Hawaii. It's just that Lijiang, I said, so important to win that first map. Get yourself off on a good foot. And for Hawaii, it was everything. They don't now can't get the losers pick on to escort, see if they can win that out again, and then maybe clutch it out into control once again. But a sad end for Hawaii here in championship. But I mean, the turnaround for them has been so crazy, so huge. Big props to all the players and the organization as a whole to accomplish this. Top 4.
I totally agree with you there. That is a huge milestone, and especially after having, you know, an entire rework moving into the spring season, had a lot of new changes to the roster and what was going on behind the scenes, and you know, making sure that you're managing all of those can be really difficult. Hawaii has shown a lot of growth over the last season and in this conference championship, but Arlington really showed that adaptability, took notes from their first loss from Hawaii in round 1, and came back with a fire to settle the score. So nice job from both of these teams. And, you know, I gotta say, looking forward to seeing Arlington here in our next match. We are going to get chat with Tiki, the Diva player from Arlington, in just a moment, folks. So we'll see you there. Hey folks, and welcome back to the EGFC Central Conference Championships. We have our victorious team of UT Arlington and the entire UT Arlington joining Tiki with us here in the interview booth. Hello, welcome, and thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So obviously this was a rematch between you and Hawaii from round 1, which you guys lost. What was your approach moving into today's match, and what was your mindset?
After our loss, even though we lost, we knew that we were the better team. We just kind of like looked at all the little mistakes that we made that they capitalized on with their ball comp, and then we just said, we're gonna run what we want to, and we're just gonna, you know, play our game, and we're just gonna win. And that obviously worked out for us here. So.
Absolutely. The results were much different than last matchup that you guys had together. And we were calling out the growth and adaptability that you had shown since that last matchup. It was obvious you guys went back to refine and review those elements. And What is it like having such a short amount of time to try and fix those mistakes or little mishaps?
I think I think when it comes to like a lot of the little things, you kind of just look at it, but you don't want to harp on it too much because that kind of messes with your mental. So we just wanted to make sure that we all were very comfortable with each other, and we weren't really like, being toxic or anything. We
Totally.
did a lot of like building up good habits instead of like breaking down bad ones. So.
Nice.
And for you guys now going up against University of Tennessee next, it's kind of the next evolution stepping stone for you guys. How do you guys feel about in that matchup in particular?
We're confident. I mean, when we played them in the regular season, we lost, but we had me on main tank. It was kind of like a rough point for us, but we're confident in like what I'm doing. So, and what Sam has, how he's evolved, which this is Soap by the way over here, how he's been doing. So, I mean, we're feeling very confident.
Yeah, and for you guys then, there's a little bit getting ahead of ourselves, but again, that matchup against Tennessee, but then Colorado is the end demon waiting at the end of the bracket, kind of expected for a lot of teams. How do you guys view yourself against Colorado even?
I mean, we see that we're on pretty much the same tier as them. That's how we've seen it this entire season. I mean, especially first semester, we were the only team that really took 2 maps off. And honestly, we had a very good chance to win that game. So, I mean, we really believe that we are at least close to them, but we believe that we are better than them.
Love the confidence, love the confidence.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And, definitely warranted. You played fantastic personally, Tiki, during this matchup. And, I'd love, give us the breakdown. Show us who matches which gamer tag behind you.
Yeah, we got Sam here. We got Super Juice right here, little man. We got Kobe. We got Kobe Cheese, Kobe 043. We got Dez here, and then we got Julian. This is my hard carry, kind of carries us through games, and then he throws Bob off point, but it's fine. So it's the whole squad.
Nice. Well, I gotta say, I love that you guys all come over for the interview, whether it's all of you on the mic or not. It is so good to see all of your energy and your smiling faces after the game. We are really excited to watch you guys move into this next round. Obviously, there's a lot on the line. Is there anyone you want to shout out, or you got any thoughts before we move on?
Shout out to my parents. Shout out to
Ooh.
my stream chat as well. And shout out to V, who has taken up kind of a director role while we don't have one currently. And also shout out to all of them for actually showing up, because it kind of takes a lot to actually convince them to come. And that's pretty much it. Sorry, this guy's whispering something in my ear.
Oh, well,
sorry.
probably not whispering the answers to these questions for you, aren't they?
Yeah, no.
Only distraction from your teammates on that front. But you guys' in-game synergy is impeccable, and that's really where it matters. Looking forward to seeing you. Thank you for joining us, and good luck, Tiki.
Thank you for having me.
Well, that was going to close out just that series for now. We are about to move into our losers bracket finals, which will then determine who moves on to the beast of University of Colorado for grand finals. Whereas that was a great performance coming through from both of these teams.
Yeah, a great performance from both these teams. Hawaii looking like it could have taken it, could have had a repeat of what they had before. Arlington making the swap ups they needed, particularly the Sombra play. Very impressive for them, and allowing them to get this matchup against Tennessee and potentially even Colorado. And it's just exciting to see.
I totally agree with you there. And, I'm really looking forward to seeing what Arlington's going to bring in this next matchup against Tennessee, and who is actually going to be moving on through this bracket. Hawaii, you have done a fantastic job this entire season, especially given all the turmoil you guys had to deal with later on. Your growth has been incredible, and we really look forward to seeing you guys next year. You are definitely going to be one to look out for.
And I think this is kind of it. This is me for the day. I watched a lot of these teams coming in from yesterday, so I'm kind of a little lost in thought of them. But I watched a lot of these teams yesterday, seeing the improvement even just series. The series for a lot of these teams is amazing. But that's gonna be it from me today. We're gonna have to hand it over, I believe, to Twin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. I'll still be here with you folks.
Waffles
Aeon,
Mania, the best host we have.
Hey, I've only got the help because Aeon, behind the scenes, is producing all the lovely games that you guys see. We will be sticking around. Worst, thank you so much for joining us today for the first half of the broadcast. We'll get Twin Salty in here, but we will all see you guys soon.
Esports is competitive gaming. Imagine playing really any video game you ever enjoyed playing, but playing it competitively to the best of your abilities. The Esports Club, though, we're more than just competitive teams. We host gaming for everybody. We just want people to come out, play games, have fun, and then hopefully host a few good teams that might win a few championships for the school.
We are definitely developing and pushing to build and develop that infrastructure that a lot of other clubs already have. Whatever skill level you are, you can come out, have fun, compete, don't compete. We welcome anyone.
There's not really a spot elsewhere for people to just play video games. Our club is definitely like all-inclusive, so if you're like even just a casual gamer that games, you know, an hour a day or, you know, an hour a week, it doesn't really matter. You can come and play and make friends, so that's really what it's all about.
A club like this is meant to bring games out of the dorm room and meet other people, make friends. We do game nights every other Friday night. You'll get an opportunity to play some games you've never played and meet some people you wouldn't meet otherwise. So if you're interested in gaming, come on out to the club and see what it's about.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the EGFC Central Conference Championships. If you are just joining us today, I am Waffles for Sid. Twin Salty is going to be bringing you the analyst side of the game, and behind the scenes is our fantastic producer, Aeons Ahead, and they are also working the camera as well. A character of many hats. And, you know, gotta say, really bring in the magic that you see here today. Twin, we are in our lower bracket finals. This is make or break it time for both of these teams, and whoever wins gets to move into grand finals against Colorado.
Yeah, they want that rematch. Both of them have had history with Colorado.
Ooh.
They want to be the team that knocks them out and beats them in grand finals. I think that, honestly, every single team in the Central entering this conference championship, that was their goal. And these are the two teams left to try and do it. It's going to be Night Market yet again to start us off. It seems like throughout this entire weekend, it's been where we've started. It's going to be that yet again here, with both teams at least teasing the Symmetra out of spawn.
And see, last round we didn't have skins, and this round we do have skins. I'm getting thrown for some curveballs back and forth, but I love the style that we get to see. We're gonna see our Tennessee going ahead, showing the Symmetra Bastion strategy that we saw them favor pretty heavily in the first map of the game. Right now, Arlington is already set up on this point with Julian on the cast, gonna be providing a lot of crowd control and making it tough for Tennessee to enter. Still, though, they want to continue taking on some of that poke damage and continuing to poke into the members of Arlington. There's still some exchanges back and forth, and it could still be anyone's chance to take this. Arlington starting to come ahead in the kill feed, and with that, I think Tennessee... I mean, no one looked at DeHubs on Tennessee up the main line. Suddenly, Arlington's on this back foot. They've lost quite a number of players, and now they just have to handle the members of Tennessee pushing in.
Yeah, I love how they all look at the hubs early. It's like, oh my goodness, the Bastion's on high ground. They take him out pretty quick. Completely forget that he gets to come back in about 15 seconds. So
right.
UTA comes back, and sorry, UTA not able to come back. Tennessee comes back with the Bastion, and you gotta think for UTA, you gotta play around it maybe a little bit differently than you used to.
The hubs posted up here up the main line, and a nice stun comes through. A lot of members of Arlington taken down, but it's actually still Basher mowed down in the process. Julian has been throwing so much damage on these outskirts, and well, the damage from Tennessee is going to be too much. They've been reinforced with Noodle's sound barrier, and the hubs is popping people left and right in this tank form.
They went for the TP with the window earlier. You can see where the window was, where the TP was as well. DeHubs didn't make it through, but
yeah.
Tennessee, they adapt. They kind of They play it patiently, they build those ultimates, and they break through the UTA defense. And yes, it was a lot of ultimates come off. 5 from Tennessee, 4 from UTA, but I think you get to hold that point. I think it's a trade Tennessee's going to take every single time.
Oh yeah, and with this next oncoming push here from Arlington, goes for the Deadeye towards the back end right there, still trying to move on through. Arlington wants to go ahead and try and take this point back from Tennessee, who is at 70% capped here at this time. They're still hanging out in this corner, taking down member after member of Arlington, trying to push in. There's a lot of back and forths, and with the wall being popped by Dez, this is the commitment from Arlington. We're dancing back and forth, and Dez is the one that's able to dance around the damage and win that 1v1.
Uses their ultimate super wisely and able just to dance around it. Yes, it continues the charge for Seth, but they just couldn't connect with Dez. Dez didn't have as much of an issue. UTA now have control of the point, but they're gonna need to hold it probably for 3 to 4 fights, especially with both teams still having those Symmetras online.
Oh, a shatter straight into the shield of Basher, and oh, Tiki's the only one clipped by the counter shatter as a response. Nice job coming through from both of those. Reinhardt's anticipating, but it's still going to be Tennessee with the upper hand on this defensive hold.
They can push up now, and 50% already gone. You're at least halfway there. You gotta wonder for Tennessee when the swap's gonna come through. When is it time to like, all right, maybe the Symmetra with the Bastion isn't going to work. Looks like maybe this fight would be the final one. They would do it because the Hubs 3/4 of the way to another tank formation. There's the TP yet again, exactly where they started off this map, and it's called out.
Ant Matrix going to be used by Tennessee to see if they can continue to push into UT Arlington, waiting out the Deadeye there to give it some space, and now it is just a free firing heyday here. You can see DeHubs up the main line just continuing to throw damage in, and now he's got tank form online again, has to clear the shield to really start doing damage into Arlington, and they need to take this space. We are at 93% here, and well, Tennessee continuing to try and take the point back. It is in last fight territory, and Arlington is, just now finally falling, but they have got to get back fast.
They should have a little bit of time, especially Colby should be able to touch, you would think. But they have ultimates online, so does Tennessee. It's going to be an all-fest on who can get these off first.
Ant Matrix is opening up the fight for both sides of the teams. Soap deleted very, very fast. DeHubs having quite the fun time here on the high ground. Taken out with the self-destruct. I'm surprised he even moved out of the way for that. Probably thought it was going quite a little bit differently. And now this is suddenly the opportunity for Arlington to take this point back. They've recapped, they combated the last tank form there of Tennessee, and now all they have to do is handle this trickle. A last-minute steal coming through from Arlington to take the first round.
What a last-second steal, as you said. UTA, it looked a little bit dire initially because they did not see DeHubs on the high ground. It was smartly, didn't shoot right away, takes out Soap, and you gotta think at that point it's leaning towards Tennessee, and also the Diva Bomb gets through, it gets 2, they get a kill right after that, and all of a sudden it turns from a 4v6 to a 4v3, and they're able to convert the advantage. But what a round as we enter Gardens now for round number 2, and both teams changing it up a little bit in the compositions. Arlington going with the ball and the Diva. Tennessee more that traditional rush and that 6-man kind of rush comp with the Winston and the Diva.
We're going to be grouped up as a solid unit. DeHubs goes ahead, takes that first health pack, which does mean it's offline for Dez. This is probably opting for the other side towards the white room where his team approached. Julian already finding value from this switch over to the Pharah. Obvious pocket from Colby. We've seen this come through from UT Arlington before, and it is extremely successful, especially here on Gardens. Gardens has a lot of open air and a lot of towers to be able to kite and hide around. Oh, gave a little kiss over there to Super Juice, and then goes ahead with the manual hack. Does get taken down. No translocator available for them, Twin.
Yeah, it doesn't. either doesn't have the translocator available, or at that point it's like, all right, might as well just reset. I'm not sure which one it is. Julian gets all the, I don't know if I've seen that before, just uses the architecture to get all the way up, and now you are nearly unseeable for the majority of Tennessee, as the only person that can really hit you is going to be Lucky Dog if they fly up. So this is going to be a huge issue for Tennessee going forward.
And you can't really fly up and get a substantial amount of damage when they're that far away. There's a lot of distance to cover, and a nice slam gonna come through from Soap. He's continuing to berate the members of Tennessee, and I've seen him completely displace them multiple times. He's having a bowling of a day, and well, Julian continuing to just put the damage in on this Pharah.
Far damage keeps coming through. Barrage gets two. They're eventually going to chase down Lucky Dog. It seemed like they were going to be unkillable for a little bit there, as Something's okay. Probably not liking the hubs on that Sombra too much. They get hacked, and somehow Tennessee continue to bring this back. And now just have to finish off Colby, who's hacked. They're going to be taken out, and Tennessee finally gain control of the point. They honestly didn't need to use a whole lot. They still have EMP in their back pocket, looking to use it with the self-destruct of Lucky Dog.
Arlington going to go ahead and move around towards this white room here. Send off, backing off, regrouping to make sure they're staying topped off with their team. I'm really curious to see where DeHubs is going to take this EMP. It's a very powerful ultimate, if not the most powerful ultimate in the game, and it will rip a team apart in a heartbeat. There's a lot of pressure for them to have a big connection, and with the sound barrier being provided by Tennessee, they don't even need it. That is enough to enable the aggression and for them to continue trying to push Arlington back.
They had to stall for a little bit of time because Parvier went down, but there goes the 5-man EMP. It's going to be UTA who actually used the EMP bomb combo, and they're able to fully capitalize on it. The stick, maybe a little bit of a consolation prize for Seneth, but this fight is all UTA. And you wonder if Tennessee, Parvier goes down early in that fight. That's why they had to use the sound barrier. Maybe just not being able to use the plane you had going in with that early death.
Nice scope out there from Tiki as well. Arlington had to do a lot of that in some of their previous matches. Wasn't always finding the targets, but looks like we are continuing to grow and refine. Arlington has been doing a good job of that so far. We see Julian continuing to just berate them with this Pharah. Oh no, are you caught out alone, Senna? Can he win this duel? He has to pop that heals, and oh, the pocket is too much from Colby. Now goes ahead, pops the Valkyrie on top of it. It is time for Arlington to try and continue to hold this point. They want to clear off the members of Tennessee, but this is Lijiang Garden. You can respawn and you can stall for an extremely long time on this map, Twin.
You really can. As you can see right now, Tennessee just trying to throw bodies on and also getting a little bit of kills along the way. Colby taken out by their main support counterpart on the other side. Texas now just gonna have to back up. They know they don't need to win this fight. Lucky Dog getting the remake. As Tennessee, they capture, they had to use nearly everything as the bomb EMP combo. Got absolutely nothing. And UTA now have plenty of resources to try and bring this back.
Yeah, only having a sound barrier online is definitely a tough situation for Tennessee to be in. And with pushing into defending against a team who's going to use EMP to push in is very, very tough. There it is, EMP being activated, does clip both of the tanks in the process. Gonna slow them down a bit, and with one going down, that is the chance Arlington needs to go ahead and try and take this point back. Julian is taken down during the barrage after some damage has been done. Minefields clearing out even more people from Tennessee. It's going to be tough to jump into that zoning. Arlington still filling the kill feed. They look like they're calmly handling the trickle of Tennessee, and now they want to take this map. This is it here, OT bar slowly burning down. Can anyone from Tennessee touch? No! It's going to be Arlington with the opening win on Lijiang.
At this point, this is the 5th time they've played this map within 36 hours. You can tell they're getting refined at it. As UTA, maybe the cleanest we've seen them all weekend. Yes, they had a little bit of blunders here and there as Tennessee. Basher gets to play with a few environmentals, but it seemed like UTA was controlling the pace. They knew when to give up fights, knowing when to use ultimates just enough. Once they figured out how to get a go against the Bastion on Night Market, it was just near perfection. Even when it doesn't go to plan, I don't know if you saw it at the end. Tiki, for the EMP, tried to send bomb, got hacked right before they were going to send the jets. So alternately, and immediately to go, all right, plan B, they did. They made it work, and they get a map 1 win for it.
And I think that's definitely one of the strengths Arlington has, is their ability to adapt kind of last minute to something they may not expect, or to their initial win condition or initial, game fight plan going smoothly. And that's really what it's about and what's going to find these higher ranking teams. The good teams know how to instantly recover or minimize the damage. And, that's going to set them apart. The consistency is always a huge factor. But moving into Kings Row, that's Tennessee's pick. And we've seen Tennessee perform pretty well on the Brawl. So Arlington might have more of a challenge this map.
They truly may have a little bit more of a challenge, and I believe UTA just played this as well against Hawaii. So, UTA...
No, we played Eichenwalde that round.
My bad. I was thinking of Tennessee playing Colorado earlier today. It's been a long weekend.
Well,
but Tennessee...
go ahead. Sorry.
Tennessee probably going to run the Symmetra and Bastion again? Maybe. They seem to lean on it, but I think UTA is going to be ready for it. So you wonder if Tennessee, do you bluff it, or do you actually go with that strategy again?
Oh, that is a good question. And, we did see Tennessee using the Symmetra Bastion on their maps earlier in their matches. And, if that's the comp that you are comfortable with and you are feeling confident on, I don't see any reason not to open with it. Arlington will be able to pick sides first. So maybe as the offense, you get that freedom and that flexibility. Defensively, obviously you're more cornered and you don't want to really give up such an easy first point. But being ready for a Bastion kind of is a whole different composition sometimes.
Yeah, especially if you think they're going to be going on top of statue, then you maybe have to play farther back on hotel. You can't hold that first choke where you want to. It's the mind games right now. You got to think each team, they're going to be throwing just mind games at each other saying, all right, are you going to do this? Are you going to go plan B, C? And we'll have to wait in a second as Tennessee, they will be on the offense first. We'll have to wait and see if they are going to run at UTA. Just going to keep it simple. Going to run that normal rush we see on Kings Row all the time with Dez on the main. So far, that's what Tennessee's kind of teasing as well.
I wonder if Tennessee asks themselves to teleport or not to teleport. That is the question.
Honestly, it's the question all of us have been thinking. It's like, all right, do you run the Symmetra again? I have a feeling it's going to be a no, as they've been locked onto this for a bit. And I honestly don't blame them for just trying to run it down in the traditional mirror.
And I mean, this composition has been really successful on Kings Row for quite a while, with good reason. All right, we all know this map well enough. I don't need to overkill on the explanation. So far, everyone's already engaging along this outside of the statue. We're going to be looking to see those walls separate people, try and isolate someone. Oh, Dez isolated, not able to actually throw his own wall up quite as fast. Thankfully, skirts around, and now Tennessee kind of caught out. They already lost Basher, main shield down. That's going to be a reset.
That's going to be a full reset. Just how bad are the staggers? Is Sopte's okay? Having a good old time, and poor Lucky Dog. It's been one of the themes of this entire weekend is Baby Divas. They've not had a great time. They have been stalled out and staggered all day and all weekend. Is Dez going to add to that list? And Tennessee, they have that good initial wall. They wall off Soap, but it's almost like UTA expected it to come through. Is Dez instantly puts a wall behind Basher, they get burned down, and from there, it is just the roll coming through from UTA.
Ooh, I like that Tennessee took a different pathing option, and they do take down Dez early as a result. Harvier is lost in this fight, and now Soap is looking to try and continue holding this front line. Earth Shatter is online for both, and oh, Soap is a little quicker on the draw. Does go ahead and take Basher out, and he might have canceled Basher's ultimate at the same time.
I think they did. It was just a half second earlier than Basher's, so UTA maybe get a little bit lucky with the timing of that.
Yeah.
As they only have to use Shatter and Amp Matrix, but it's also what Tennessee used, so 2-for-2 trade, not good, and at least I like the idea of that rotation from UTK.
Oh,
Sadly,
yeah.
that time just didn't work out.
Okay, Deadeye blocked by your Maywall and then suddenly dropped. Tennessee ready for it though, Lucky Dog with the defense matrix. And now Arlington backed up against the wall of Senaf. Has to freeze up, Dez go ahead, bails out. And now 2 blizzards being thrown at the same time. These teams are on the same wavelength with these ultimates. And now self-destruct from Tiki gonna be sending Tennessee back.
Okay, I was about to say, like, did they not have a shield? But the flashbang came through, according to our producer, from Julian. That's why that bomb got as much value as it did. I was very confused for half a second.
Me
because
too.
it looked like they got out and they had the shield
Props to
available.
Aeon.
But yeah, thank you, Aeon, our producer, for calling that out, because I didn't even realize it, as Julian, which the huge assist to make sure that fight goes their way. Now, 1 minute left. UTA just looks so comfortable on this map.
Oh man, no Earth Shatter connections. Too many walls in the way. It's still going to be a pin kill and another pick coming through from Tennessee. This is Overwatch coming through at the very last moment. A team pushing through the choke, using all their resources to try and take it. Julian here trying to make some hero plays and keep this point alive for their defense.
He has the Deadeye. He's able to get Lucky Dog, so you don't have to worry about defense matrix. Gonna go for it, and maybe enough of a distraction.
Yes, and enough chip damage to actually bring Seneth very low for the final kill from his support.
Actually, oh, great immortality. It saves the hubs, and now respawn's coming in for UTK. Bombs over top. Almost catches Super Juice. They barely get out of the way, and I think UTK potentially have brought this back enough with the respawns.
I think so. It is anybody's fight here at the moment, but oh no, they didn't get on the point, and oh, I'm sorry, UTA. Man, UTA and UTK. I have them a little confused back and forth, but all in all, Tennessee taking this first point, and you know, they've got 2:20 left on the clock. Not a ton, but definitely plenty of time to make their way.
Plenty of time, especially with that stagger right there. On to Soap, on to Super Juice. Now they can hold so far forward and not having to worry about a UTA defense, I would say probably at least for another 15 seconds, as they have that far spawn. And maybe we'll have a Shatter actually be hit. We have, what, 1 for 4 in this map so far, as both Reinhardts hoping to get one on the board this fight.
It's a rough day out there for the main tanks, and ooh, a wall on a wall? Holy cow, nobody was ready. Arlington went ahead, pulled the trigger with the Earth Shatter after both of them came down, and that was an easy stop right there.
Was that a team kill for Soap? I'm pretty, at least 5 of them went his way.
Yeah.
As that Shatter beautifully timed. I think maybe the wall-on-wall distraction was a little bit too much for UTK as well. But now they can just hold very close. UTK holding and trying to rotate on the high ground. Colby calls it out and maybe going to follow them to boop them off high ground.
It's always a risky move, but they've already gone ahead and dropped down. Tennessee moving almost like they are actually on the defensive instead, circling Arlington here. There is the blizzard being thrown. Senaf trying to freeze up a lot of people on this point. Tennessee wants to continue pushing this point, but Arlington reinforced with the sound barrier once again. Colby keeping his team topped off. Now it's going to be even tougher to push into Tennessee's own sound barrier, and who is actually going to be able to make it around this corner. More kills now for Tennessee as they are starting to pull ahead in this fight, and that's going to be the momentum they need to go ahead and push the cart.
They used 4 ultimates, but you needed to win that fight. If you do not win that fight, you need to at least win 2, maybe even 3. And that cart would have continued backtracking. Julian gonna be ready. I don't know.
Oh,
How
so
does Lucky Dog not see them as Julian somehow gets out alive and has the Deadeye in tow?
One pick found here on the Deadeye from Julian, and now an Earth Shatter. When it needed to land, it did. It clipped enough of Tennessee where Arlington had an easy time to follow up on everyone sitting on the ground, and that is going to be a second checkpoint defensive hold for Arlington.
It didn't. It almost got second phase, end the second phase, but UTA, they hold the line, and I think they're having such a good time out there. They've had so many good shatters, and they've denied every single shatter from Basher.
Oh, yeah.
They missed the final shatter at the very end there. You gotta think that's, even if it's not every single fight that, you know, oh, he's not using shatter every fight, it's a mental thing for UTK. Like, man, we just can't get anything done, whether it be us getting shatters or our shatters not going through. Maybe try and help Basher a little bit more in that front line, but I'm not sure how much more they can really do, as you got the Maywells coming down from Seneth.
Yeah.
And you had maybe not as many flashes, but there was so much shield break as well, and they just, for whatever reason, couldn't get it done. And they're just going to run the exact same thing because it's meta for this map, even if they didn't look as great on it on their offense.
I mean, Julian did a great job at following up and using those flashbangs to enable his team to just continue pushing and being aggressive. That double wall definitely threw everyone for a bit of a loop. And, you know, the fact that Dez's wall was actually the one that was on the ground made first was why the Earth Shatter could just pierce right through. He broke it right away. Tennessee had already tried to lay a wall down right there, and well, when your wall's not blocking the ground, it's not going to block the Earth Shatter. Arlington though, oh sorry, go ahead.
There you go.
Arlington though already rolling out once again, same old same, moving around the statue, and now we've got the Maywalls, right? Immortality Field's committed early with Dez actually going down first, so probably didn't hop in that cryo block quite fast enough, and that's going to be Arlington wanting to try and reset here.
They're gonna have a small reset, but they know spawns are in their favor, so it's gonna keep battling around statue, fire some pop shots. You never know, you may be able to get one, and now the wall comes through and forces the rotation from Tennessee, and not everybody makes it.
You're right, and with Dez spawning back so fast, already putting in the damage and putting in the CC, that wall was so good for Arlington to go ahead and push forward to take space. They are continuing to take space and hold this point here as they cap, and with 2 ticks already on the board, they are feeling good, and they look like they're having quite the chunky time bank.
They are going to have an amazing time bank. 5.5 minutes for UTA. They're sitting pretty right now. You know you can take your time. You don't need to rush it. Yes, you maybe need to rush getting out of that May wall as it takes a little bit too close for your comfort.
Shatter blocked again. Soap is on fire this match, and he has been blocking every single shatter being thrown. Tennessee still able to come out on top regardless of that little whiff, and I gotta say, when they miss an ultimate, they don't care. They don't seem to let it affect them, and they continue to push on. It's one resource. We got a whole fight ahead of us.
It's almost like they have that plan B instigated in their head, like, all right, if the shadow doesn't hit, we need to immediately do this. And it's not even like they need to communicate it. It's just everybody's thinking the same thing. You can tell that they've really been putting in the work in scrims because the communication doesn't even need to fully be there. As the Blizzard, though, it's not going to be there either. Dez going to want that one back.
Big play there from Lucky Dog, and can Tennessee handle this aggression here from Arlington? Arlington just lost their sound barrier in the process, and well, they've also lost Super Juice. This is the chance Tennessee needs to continue holding this defensive line and pushing Arlington back.
They really need to win this fight so they can keep pushing forward, as now other Blizzards are going to go out. It's not going to be eaten up, but honestly, not many people are stuck in it, but it may not matter in the long run. Seneth going to try and wall off the 2 that are stuck in this little room. Seneth is stuck in the map. Not good. Going to try and get out. Instead, they are right in front of an ant matrix.
and good thing the cryo block was just in the nick of time. Julian was gonna flashbang him so fast and rip him apart right afterwards. Now though they are down one player, Dez actually got picked, and well, so did Senaf. No maze and no walls. Deadeye being channeled and gonna break the shield and just go ahead and break straight through Basher as a result.
Basher just has to pray at that point, right? Like, all right, please, defense matrix, can you help out? And it just runs out. Great patience coming in from Julian to know that defense matrix is not going to be infinite. It's eventually going to run out, and Tiki just denying Lucky Dog of even entertaining the idea.
Is anyone going to stop it? No! Nope. Oh my goodness.
What a wall.
I mean, that's going to be UT Arlington for this Kings Row win. You called it. What a wall, preventing Tennessee from even having a chance to touch. And ooh, I love the fun skins. This is the double wall.
Yep, there it is. And yeah, as you said, with that being your wall, you know you can just take it right down. Okay, so they got 5. Julian is the one that took out Bash. So practically, we'll call it a team kill because the shatter went down.
Oh yeah.
But that was the one fear I had with UTK holding where the cart was, to where if you hold there, you're not guaranteeing yourself another fight, and it's not the most advantageous place to hold. You may want to hold back just a little bit farther near that final corner, but it's the risk they had to take, and it worked out for a little bit. In the long run, though, UTA figured it out.
Absolutely, and you know they've been doing a really good job there. We can see how close these teams are, and I don't think this score is really reflective of that. Arlington and Tennessee have been throwing their ultimates almost at the exact same time, right? And to me, that shows they have the same mindset. They are both aggressively saying, ooh, we think you're out of position and it's our time to capitalize. And, you know, it's really about those follow-ups. And Arlington does seem to be really calm and ready for, you know, when everything goes according to plan. Both of these teams actually, I think, are displaying that. With how many shatters are being blocked, Twin, I think they both are feeling that.
Yeah, both of us like, can we just land a shatter? Great. I know UTA, they landed a few, especially, you know, playing the game. So they're feeling themselves a little bit because they know they're at least getting the advantage, but tons of block shatters. The Maywall communication was really great from both sides. It's almost like each team is trying to bait the other to make that first move.
Yes.
And so far, UTA has been getting the better of it so far.
I agree with you there. That's a good assessment, actually. They're trying to get them to bait that first move, and it's kind of like, you gonna go? You gonna go? Yeah, maybe not. I'm excited to see how they're going to continue to progress, because that is definitely prominent. And when we move into our assault map, that's going to be, you know, tougher and much more important because of how, you know, sectioned off and how the choke points typically work.
Yeah.
We'll have to see what they bring to the table. Obviously, Arlington is now at match point. This is our lower bracket finals, and whoever wins is going to go up to the grand finals to compete for the title here of Central Conference Championships. Can Arlington bring the heat, or is Tennessee going to come through and reverse sweep?
All right.
Hey folks, and welcome back to our EGFC Central Conference Championships. For those of you just joining us, we are in the midst of our UT Arlington versus University of Tennessee series here in our lower bracket finals. Twin, this is the make or break it time for these teams. If Tennessee doesn't find their footing, it's going to be time for them to go home, and Arlington will get the chance to face off against Colorado.
It is make or break. As Tennessee, they want to keep, at least the possibility of a higher seed. Right now, obviously entering this weekend, they were the number 6. If you don't make grand finals, the highest you can be is the number 7. And after the crazy weekend we've had, there's no promises on where you are going to be. So UTK, they're battling for a lot right now. UTA, honestly, they're feeling pretty good about themselves so far, and wanting to go to the defense on Volskaya first to probably just try and set that tempo and try that full hold.
If they can do a full hold, that could be quite the tempo setter. Dez is already scoping them out. You can see the Sombras, not Symmetras, Sombras here already. They both actually bumped into each other just now. I mean, they love that same pathway? All of the vision coming through Twin. That is some valuable scoping.
Yeah, and they almost ran into each other again. I don't know if you saw it at the very end there as
high five.
Seneth, yeah, a little high five of the Sombras going out, and now Tennessee gonna make those adjustments after the scouting report goes through and realizing the hubs, the only real issues they're gonna have is gonna be Tiki and Julian in the air, and they're gonna run the risk of running the Pharah to see if it works, and well, so far not working out too well.
I mean, you said Tiki and Julian, but it was actually Super Juice with that kill. We've all made the joke that Baptiste is a DPS, and with good reason. That battle rifle is deadly, and if you get headshots, you're done.
Yeah, you're not gonna have a good time if you were the Pharahs, the hubs. They're gonna try it again. Now you have to look out for Super Juice, as you said. It was basically Soldier 2.0, and well, gonna get taken out by Julian this time. Super Juice also taken out, as Tiki, without a lot of that healing, has to somewhat reset, but they know they can keep holding the line for the most part with the healing from Colby, and also those hacked health packs from Dez. In Tennessee, they do make the change. The hubs now on to the May. Maybe a little bit more of that wall gameplay we saw from Kings Row.
That could be very beneficial for Tennessee. They did a good job trying to isolate Arlington, and right now Arlington is not using any of their own Mays. We do see, though, that Arlington continuing to try and hold this point. That is an Amp Matrix from Paravir, and you do not want to get caught with the sound barrier, though. Arlington's able to get aggressive and push regardless of this amplified damage. A nice fire strike going to bring Senaf extremely low. He's trying to find that health pack, but hunted down in the end. Arlington does not want to leave any stragglers here on this point, and they are already down one man as they're moving to this high ground. Earth Shatter online, and it is blocked. Oh my gosh, another one with 0 connections. Thankfully, it's going to be the EMP from Dez that will enable the rest of the team, but that was a bit of a scrappier fight. I'm surprised so many people just went down.
Very scrappy, as UTA, they lose 2 at the very end. You wonder if it's taking the hubs a little bit of time to get used to it, because I believe it was Seneth who was on the May map 2. This time it's the hub on the May. So you wonder if it's them getting used to it a little bit, because they were on the other side of the coin. Previous map, Dez, a little bit of scouting, a little bit of ult charge in the back, and Tennessee, you gotta win this fight, or at least pull something out of the hat.
Lucky Dog was hacked during that, and there is a kill as a result. No one can protect anybody there. Self-destruct coming over the top from Tiki. Was stun! Oh my gosh! Twin, a repeat of history there from Julian. Gets the Reinhardt just before the self-destruct.
What a beautiful flash yet again. It's not even the first time they've done it today. Second time's the charm, as you can see, just leaving their back out a little bit too much. And you know UTA, Julian's not going to let that slide every single time, and that was the fight UTK really needed to win. Now they're going to be in a desperate situation with 20 seconds left.
And now they're actually going to be pushing into UT Arlington, who has EMP online. They have no resources, and now they're dropped on the ground. Everyone's left vulnerable, and it is time for Arlington to just push on forward, cleave through the members of Tennessee. They're all cleaned up with a team kill, and that is a first point hold coming through from Arlington.
It was near perfection for UTA. Like, it was near perfection. How many deaths did they have that entire defense? Maybe like, what, 4, 5 maybe?
Yeah.
So, that is a well-oiled machine. It's almost that UTA wanted Tennessee to pick this map because they had the perfect game plan. Tennessee just didn't know what to do against it because everything they tried didn't work. Maybe they should have tried to maybe go right side high ground from attacking side, but honestly, they threw so many things at the wall. They tried the Pharah, got shut down. They tried the Mei, couldn't get value out of those walls, and now they're looking at a draw for the best case scenario just to keep their conference championship hopes alive.
I feel so bad for Basher. Julian has got his number on that Cassidy, whether it's stunning him with the flashbang, ripping apart his shield, you name it. He is giving Basher an extremely hard time in general this map.
Bash has just had a rough series overall. Like, he hasn't been able to play the game the way he's wanted to. He's getting hyper-focused by UTA, whether it be Soap or the Mei walls on King's Row or Julian with the flashes.
Yeah.
Everybody's looking at Basher because they know if they take out Basher, a lot of UTK is going to fall. Now they're going to be holding that top left. Dead's going to go out and scout. They're going to be able to see it. And I wouldn't be surprised maybe UTA swapped to something else. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe to something dive orientated. And well, there it is.
Nice job. Good prediction over there, eh?
Hey, I'll take it.
I love it. It's a fast dive comp rolling on through. We got Colby on the Lucio, so it's going to be even faster. So much mobility. We see that they're getting ready to approach different angles, and there's the extra damage coming through. They are still trying to push onto Tennessee, and that turret is in the top right, putting a lot of pepper in. But is it enough to actually displace Arlington? Arlington's getting the kills they need here in this fight. They have to stay on the point if they want to contest, Tennessee has to stay on the point if they want to contest, and Arlington actually got a little sloppy there at the end. Gonna have to reset.
They got a bit split in their target focus. I thought it was almost a crucial error coming out from Basher early because they dropped way early compared to the rest of UTK, and it's almost like, oh shoot, we need to go help Bash. We need to make sure they don't die again. And it made, in a way, it actually helped them because UTA got split on the target calls. They're now trying to catch people coming from spawn, and one of them is going to be DeHubs with that molten core, not getting much.
That is a nice kill there coming through from Arlington. I love that they took the offensive approach, encircled Tennessee from behind, and said, that's fine. We can just go ahead and push on through. An EMP connects on 3 of them, and Arlington's continuing to just aggress forward during this fight. They're amped up even more with the sound barrier reinforcements. They don't care about the turret that's firing into them. They're just going to take down the members of Tennessee. And with that, they're going to close out this series and take the win for our lower bracket finals.
They clinch a grand finals appearance. They clinch a top 6 seed at nationals. And man, did they look good. They looked extremely well organized. And this is going to be the flash again.
Yes,
it's the perfect
there's
setup.
No way. Yeah.
It right there gets 3 with the bomb. Yes, they get DMAC'd right after, but I don't think they're going to care or complain very much.
No.
UTA, they wanted the rematch against Colorado, and they knew that step was going to be beating UTK, avenging that loss from a month and a half ago. And, you know, we heard Tiki before this. Like, we want to show that that was a fluke. They had Tiki on main tank. With that performance, I think they did.
I totally agree with you there. And I bet you Arlington is fired up to get into their next match. Obviously, we want to say really nice job to University of Tennessee. You guys did fantastic overall, and you had some really, really nice adaptions throughout the entire series and season. We are about to actually have Tiki once again rejoin us here in the interview booth. And, well, I'm excited to see what him and the rest of Arlington, as we saw last time, are going to have in store for us. Hello, folks, and welcome back to the EGFC Central Conference Championships. With us here, we have Soap Taeso with the rest of his teammates behind him, joining us from the victorious team of Arlington that we just saw. Soap, congratulations on your win once again today, and thank you so much for joining us.
Yep, no problem.
How are you all feeling coming off of the win, right? You've just won the lower bracket finals, and now you are going to grand finals. What's on your mind? How are you feeling?
We're just hype. I'm a little adrenaline rushed, you know how it's going.
yeah.
Very high spirits around here. We're, no matter what happens, we're just looking forward. We're VOD reviewing anything that happens today, and we're just learning and getting better as it does.
Nice. Well, that's definitely going to be important when you guys move into nationals. Obviously, your spot was already guaranteed, but what kind of preparation do you think might come from these championships going in?
It's definitely just realizing our strong comps, working on them, making them close to as perfect as we can, you know? And small mistakes, we're working on those right now. It's a big goal of ours, fix small mistakes. And we're just looking better, looking forward. No trolling like we do.
Love it.
Honestly, you guys, you lost that first game against Hawaii. You've now won 4 sweeps in a row to go all the way through the lower bracket. How did it feel to beat Tennessee, the team that you guys have repeatedly said like it was a fluke day? when you lost them about a month ago. How did it feel to get that win finally out of the way?
It feels great. It really shows how much we've grown as a team. You know, we've had a lot of breakthroughs mentally. We were figuring out new things here and there, and this is just nail in the coffin. We know what we're doing now. We're here. We're setting ourselves up. This is our team now. Bonding, all that, you know. We're different.
100%. And now you have that date with Colorado in about just over a half hour. How are you guys feeling going into that match? Obviously, it is Colorado. We don't have to explain that too much.
Yeah.
How is the confidence going into that match after such a great last 24 hours?
I mean, we're not shaking. We're solid, you know. You know, we like Colorado, but you know, we're gonna give it our all. You know, we're there.
All right.
For Ruby, you know. Get that Snickers bar. She knows.
Well, I have just 2 more questions left for you then. First, do you have a message for Colorado that you'd like to give before your next game?
We love you, and we can't wait to see you. Let's both improve on this game.
Well, that was, I mean, I wasn't ready for the sportsmanship vibe. Nice.
Yeah.
What a refreshing taste, actually. Thank you, Soap. Is there anyone you want to shout out, especially after that? Jeez.
I gotta shout out my favorite caster, and like I watch a lot of games and all that. Dryad. Shout out to Dryad, man. My favorite. Shout out. You know, shout out to my teammates. We're new. We're working on it. It's all good. And shout out V. He's about to get us some more water. Our esports director. We're working.
Well, it is definitely showing you guys have had some fantastic results through this entire lower bracket to come back and redeem yourselves here in grand finals. Good luck, and we look forward to seeing you play in the next match.
All right, thank you.
Well, folks, like we said, we are about to see University of Texas Arlington go up against University of Colorado. It's going to be quite the zinger, and we all know Colorado is a tough opponent, Twin.
They are a very tough opponent, and you never know what can happen. They have shown weaknesses over these last few weeks. They beat Hawaii 3-2 in week 17. Hawaii took a map off of them yesterday. You never know what's going to happen, and I think the way UTA is feeling right now, it could be a very entertaining series, especially, you know, UTA's probably been the team that's most consistently given them a challenge. I think Hawaii's crept up into that conversation now, but I can't wait for this series. If you get, we're going to take what, about half-hour break? Make sure you check out the Eastern Conference Championships. The grand finals are going on right now. EGF, Overwatch on Twitch. Make sure you check them out when we go on this little half-hour break. And when we come back, grand finals of the Central Conference.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to the grand finals of the EGFC Central Conference Championships. I am Waffles for Sid, this is Twin Salty, and behind the scenes we have Aeons Ahead, and we are all going to be bringing you this great matchup today. Twin, we're about to see University of Colorado go up against University Texas Arlington, who just came back from winning the losers bracket.
They went down in the lower bracket. They got knocked down early. Maybe one of the upsets of this entire tournament. Hawaii beating them in that first round. And they go on and win 4 sweeps in a row. You can tell they're playing maybe a little angry, wanting to prove themselves. And, well, they got the challenge they want in grand finals. It is Colorado, the team everybody's had their target on all season long. And honestly, these two teams, they've been two of the top 2 teams, I would say, across the entire season. Maybe you could throw Maris in that conversation, but I think these two teams, they've been at it all season long, and I can't wait to see what we can do on this series as we start on Lijiang and it'll be Gardens for round number 1. Oh, I got beta. Never mind, it's Night Market. Production beta us a little bit. It's gonna be Night Market for round 1.
Oh, I was not ready for that curveball. I also was thinking we were gonna be there, and honestly, love the aquarium view coming out. With Colorado, you know what? I want to make sure that they're actually gonna stay with this.
This is exactly what each team ran earlier today on this map. So
okay, right.
Yeah, I'm expecting it to stay, which I think slight advantage Colorado, unless UTA can get set.
They want to get set up. They're already set up pretty quick, but of course, pepper damage going to be coming through from the perimeter. Cloud and Yahoo have been doing that all series, and well, all season long, really. Right now, Arlington is currently set up on the point. There's a lot of damage being output here towards the edges, and well, it is unlocked now, but no one there to cap it quite yet. Colorado is actually going to be the people to go ahead and take it. Arlington chased them out into that open area and as a result lost the point.
They lost the point, but you wonder if they're going to win the war as Ruby gets taken out. Yahoo, though, saying maybe that risk is not going to pay off as much as you wanted it to, and I think, yeah, they're going to reset. I don't blame them for trying to teleport out. You try and push Divination, you know taking them out is a huge win condition because we saw yesterday they can go nuts on any support you put them on, and they're probably one of the best players in this entire league. That time, though, it just doesn't pay off. They leave the back open, and Colorado capture.
Ant Matrix already being launched, probably from all this damage Yahoo has been throwing into the back of Arlington. They do manage to shut down that barrage, and they're getting some kills in the process. It's all about more follow-up, though, and there is a lot of damage coming from a lot of angles. Arlington moving on to the point now that they have this numbers advantage. It's solidifying even more, and they're going to go ahead and take this point back.
Just have to deal with these staggers coming out, and now trying to do a little bit of shooting in the air, but really not able to claim anybody. Cloud actually hunts down Dez in the back line. So a lot of utility going to be gone for UTA, which I love the swap to the Sombra, just that time got a little caught out before the fight.
Cloud goes ahead, gets a pulse bomb eaten by Tiki. Ooh, another one in the bank for him, and he has been on fire with those today in general. Funkmaster drops the minefield just as Arlington went ahead and stepped off the point. They try to combat here with the Deadeye, and well, nothing too much from that. It is so much damage coming through from Yahoo, and his primary fire, it doesn't even matter. He got hacked out of barrage.
Honestly, it might have been a good thing they got hacked out of the barrage. Barrage is a giant shoot me sign if you were the opposing team. So maybe Yahoo, maybe a little grateful that they got hacked out of it. Colorado, they're looking good. They're using this composition to its fullest effect, spreading the map as far as they can and trying to catch out of position players, and they almost caught out Super Juice right there.
That was really close, thankfully able to get back with his team and get some resources. A self-destruct here into the heart of the point, and not able to remech. Was looking to try and get maybe a little greedy there with a squish kill, but Arlington here gonna go ahead, take this point back. But Colorado, actually stalling it out here for just a little bit. They're gonna be really happy getting it to almost 99. And they got the shatter out! What a commitment! I am surprised that that was thrown right there, and now there's even more ultimates getting thrown. The self-destruct over the top after this EMP doesn't quite find a lot of value, but Arlington is still trying to keep this fight alive. Divination res in the background could be devastating, and I think Arlington's trying to, you know, gather themselves here just a bit. Colorado won't want to push into this Ant Matrix.
Yeah, with that Ant Matrix, like, all right, Colorado's just going to reset as long as they can get everybody back. It does. Yet again, going to get caught out by Cloud and Divination. That has been the one thing that has really gone wrong for UTA this round, is they've practically played a 5v6.
This is the control map though, and so, you know, every little bit of possession helps. And shut down before he could get sound barrier off. That's an incredible cancel coming through from Yahoo. What a far distance barrage. And now at 92% in favor for Arlington. They are about to lose it here to Colorado. Colorado able to come back, clutch it, zone them out, take the space, and prevent Arlington from almost being able to recontest. Yeah. Ooh, Bird
There's
Boy.
just enough percentage left. I think, what, 95, 96% where overtime
yeah.
doesn't even trigger. And I don't know if UTA would have been able to bring that back anyway, but I think overall, both sides should be decently happy. We actually get Control Center for round 2,
Okay.
so we may actually not see Gardens for the first time maybe all day, all weekend, as both teams are going to try and go over to that rush. It's not too much of a surprise, not as much variability on this map, just because of how enclosed it is. We've seen Dez time and time again on this Doomfist. A lot of resources for it to work, but it's worked all weekend long, and I'm not surprised they're running it again, and maybe that's why you have Ruby on the Sigma instead of the Devo.
Going to be a lot of pressure on these DPS, and last time we saw Dez do something very similar. Going to go up to the high ground and look for a victim to crush with his slam there when he comes down. Right now, Colorado moving around towards the high ground, finally jumping down, and there it is. The victim of Dez's choosing goes ahead, picks Ruby, and she does barely make it out with her life. Not too much longer, because Dez still has her number. He will not let her escape and continues to just try and be aggressive. It's going to be too much, though, as Colorado doesn't care. They just cleave through the rest of Arlington.
They have such great shield break with Yahoo and Cloud that Soap Tastes Okay basically just turns into a punching bag, as so much damage going through, and now UTA gonna make some changes. Dez now over the Junkrat, gonna fold over to the meta composition, and Tiki now over to the Sigma, maybe expecting Colorado to stay on that, but honestly, Ruby goes to the Diva, and you may need that extra shield with your Reinhardt down.
Yeah, Soap already out of this fight early as Arlington's continuing to push. Doesn't matter about the Amp Matrix, because you're all gonna sit down and no one's gonna shoot through it anyways.
You could tell UTA got caught off guard with that shatter. They're not thinking, oh, the Rhino's gonna peek the Amp Matrix when he's right in front of it. Yeah, goes right in front, shatters, ends the fight right there, and already 43% and counting for the buffs, and they just continue holding at this first choke with those turrets down. And honestly, UTA, they can't find the burst damage to even get through.
Well, sometimes the best defense is a good offense, and that seems to be what Colorado's mind space is at. They are continuously pushing here on Arlington, and this is actually one of the most difficult choke points to get through, for a control map especially.
Especially for a control map like this, where you gotta at least see some of these fights going your way eventually. Riptire is waiting, gonna be going around. Sound barrier is going to be used, which is going to make it even more difficult for this tire to get anything done, and instead just takes away the sound barrier from Colby. But it seems like the rest of Colorado, they really don't care about the sound barrier. They're just going to go and burn through the entirety of UTA.
Still some exchanges. This is kind of a scrappy fight. Both teams have lost a few members, but all in all, it's still Colorado holding the point, 95%, and this is Arlington's last fight and last chance to really push it. Not sure. Dez didn't get anything there from the tire. It's crushed, or it gets the mech. I see here, and well, Arlington actually turning this fight. This is the clutch moment they needed to take the point back. Otherwise, they were going to lose round 1 to Colorado, and that is not the tempo they wanted to set.
Every time they've won a series, this entire tournament, they've won map 1. Because all of them have been sweeps. You cannot get off on a bad note, especially against a Colorado team that loves just to continue rolling on. But this is a good place to hold. You got the shatter. Something's okay, did a great job last series, and they do it again.
That immortality field did save everybody for at least a moment, and now they had to back out. Both Amp Matrixes popped here, and well, it's all going to be about who can continue making space. Beautiful, nice call. Does go ahead, take Tiki out of the picture, and that is another advantage coming through from Colorado. They lost Bird Boys in the process, but there are still more kills in their favor. who is going to be able to survive and make it through this fight. Can Colorado take the point back from Arlington? There's so much lasering going on. Cloud is charged up. He's looking for target after target, and Arlington is trying to squeeze out every bit of point capture they can. Overtime bar is triggered successfully, but can anyone else touch it?
Nope.
No, it's gonna be Colorado taking our first map.
They take the first map. I wouldn't say in convincing fashion. Colorado, a lot of resistance coming in from UTA, and honestly, I think that's a series we all kind of expected. Divination on the Zenyatta can be absolutely nasty. We saw it yet again, staring the A Matrix in the face, and able to get a few eliminations. And that round, it looks so good. I'm gonna go back to Night Market because Control Center, I think it was more UTA. They just couldn't figure out what to do with Cloud, especially Cloud. He was running rampant all over the place. Saw it at the very end there. I think for Night Market, they could have won that map. It was just Dez was never there. They kept on getting hunted down by Cloud, by Divination. I said it earlier, it seemed like it was a 5v6 just because every single time they were getting taken out time and time again. Here's the shatter that we saw a little bit earlier. The confidence to jump into that amp matrix and to not care is just amazing.
Do you want to, so I just saw that there's also the immortality field right next to him as soon as he decides to jump around the corner. That means that they knew the risk of jumping in front of an amp matrix, and the entire Colorado team was on board with that aggressive play. I didn't catch that little detail originally, and that, I mean, of course, it's your supports in the back enabling the aggression. Are we surprised?
Yeah, it's the level of trust, right? It's the level of trust. They're like, all right, we trust the call. We're going to go for it. 3, 2, 1, go. Because you could tell he looked at it. He jumped back almost like, hey, do you want to do this? All right, 3, 2, 1, goes. And, hey, it worked out. They really looked confident on Control Center. And it makes me wonder a little bit why UTA went Kings Row. Because you're going to see a lot of the same looks on Kings Row, with it being so much rush orientated. But to be fair, UTA, they looked really comfortable on the map in their previous series against UTK, especially with the May gameplay coming through. So maybe it's more wanted to lean to something they know they performed well on this weekend, even if it is a risk, because Colorado, they've also looked great.
Well, I bet you both of these teams are feeling just a bit of deja vu. These are the two teams that met in Nationals last year. And not only did we start off with Lijiang Tower, we went to Kings Row as our second map, Twin.
Yeah, it's weird to think like, oh, like this was last year National Championships.
Yeah.
And last time UTA was able to win it. 5-4 in overtime. You wonder if that happens again. Granted, last year as well, Colorado, they did not win map 1. UTA won it 2-1. So you wonder if it's a little bit like, all right, we're seeing a different bit of Colorado that we haven't seen.
Right.
And we didn't see back then in 2021. Now they're going to try and avenge that here on this defense.
Will history repeat itself? Well, we'll have to see. It's already starting to change up, and well, there are the May walls trying to isolate any of the players on either team, forcing out tons of resources. The flashbang from Cloud absolutely saving Funkmaster when he was frozen solid. Still more pressure being applied here from Arlington, but the front line of Colorado is taking the beating. Now Ruby was sectioned off by that May wall, and what? That shatter was ready fast, Twin.
They love that May gameplay. They love playing around it, and Soap especially loves it because it is free hammer swings for them. The opposing team, they just can't go anywhere.
True.
That is the one bit that Colorado didn't look as comfortable on with the May, and now they're able to capture first point. But the real fight is earning this positioning.
This is an incredibly crucial alleyway. A lot of stuns come through, and that's going to clear out Arlington. This is a tough spot for Arlington, too, because trying to push through this archway can eat up a ton of time, and sometimes you can't even make it through.
Especially when the other team has a May, it is so hard because you honestly don't have many avenues to really push that cart. You have to go through this choke. Yes, you could wrap all the way around, but what if it doesn't work?
Soap went down early in that fight this time, and well, Arlington continues to push on through. This Mei is just going to freeze everything in her sight one after another, and that's going to be Colorado holding this defensive point and still holding a lot of ultimates. Did they use any ultimates just now?
I think each team just used Deadeye, and that was
Okay.
about it. As UTA, they tried to push in with the speed Deadeye, but when Soap dies, it kind of ruins a lot of what you want to do. This isn't interesting though from Colorado. They're being hyper aggressive. They catch Super Juice off guard, and it's you don't see the spawn camp come in a lot of times, but it can work, especially if you have that Mei to only give them one option.
It's going to be about communication, especially if you're Colorado, right? They're basically trying to figure out where they need to go and look to shoot the bullets down onto Arlington. They've already gotten a couple of picks, and now they're just going to drop down and continue to aggress forward. They're sectioning them off. They can't make it to the cart. They can't make it back to spawn, and Colorado engulfs them and just continues to collapse.
That is such a brave play and a confident play from Colorado, but it works out. It takes so much time off the clock for UTA. You saw it took them. Oh, this stinker.
Oh,
even flash.
Stun to it.
But to have the confidence there for UTA, they sat and spun like, wait, how do we have to go against this? It's not something you normally see.
Lots of ultimates being thrown, and the blizzard also being thrown here from Colorado, and now it's Arlington's turn to throw theirs. They didn't quite find all the kills they're looking for, but there's a few with both tanks offline and Cloud to follow suit. Twin, that could be the opportunity they need to punch through the defense of this archway.
It should be, as they try and figure out where Yahoo's hiding, and there you go. They find the Yahoo, and now they can push up forward, trying to pick off Divination. I don't know if Divination's one you want to 1v1.
Thank you, Twin.
We know they can hit their shots, so they're just going to back up. For UTA to win this map, you need Julian to have those kind of fights more often, because it's been Colorado's DPS line getting the better of this 2v2 matchup so far.
I agree, and Julian was a big key player in the last match that we saw for UT Arlington. Right now, Colorado here getting corralled back just behind the second checkpoint, and Arlington's making some good headway with the payload. A little bit of pepper damage coming through, and just going to be too much here for Arlington on this push.
They do draw out a lot of resources, though. That Shatter comes down, it hits 3 from Soap. You draw an Immortality Field, which obviously back, but it draws out a window, as well as the Shatter from Funkmaster. So it's not a horrible trade. You have resources coming up. I would say you can take this next fight 2 ways. You can try and put in all of your resources that you currently have, because you know Colorado is not going to have a ton. All they're going to have is Blizzard, maybe a Sound Barrier or Deadeye late, or you can use this as an economy round to try and build up ults next fight. It looks like they're going to try and go all in.
Oh, the wall just missed him by that much, and Bird Boys goes down to the Deadeye. Arlington now has all the opportunity to continue rolling this cart to the second checkpoint here on Kings Row, as more members of Colorado are getting demeched and maybe eventually going down. Yep, Julian in the face as that cast. Not gonna be the cup of tea you want.
They love, especially Julian. We saw it last series, we're seeing it again. They love to be in the opposing main tank's face. This time they may actually try and take the 1v1 with Divination, and Divination able to escape. But that's what Julian needs to do, as Soap tastes okay. I would say slightly losing the main tank battle. I think King's Rose looked a little bit more even than it did on Lijiang. But you need to be helping your main tank, because UTA, they want to get in your face and be aggressive.
Oh my gosh, Divination solo crossfire with his own amp matrix. That's a nasty off angle to have to contest if you're UT Arlington. And that is, I mean, it's even worse with Cloud continuing to push up the main way. What a nice play coming through from Colorado. And I mean, Divination, once again, showing why he is one of the best players in this league and why he's such a big threat.
UTA made a huge mistake there, and it was accidental. They blocked their own Shadow. Dez tried to put the Maywall down to try and block the backline, instead put it right in front of Soap, and Colorado took advantage.
Man, and that is a tough one to come back from. Oh, the Immortality Field not in the way of the pin from Soap. Arlington now getting the traction they need. The cart is starting to coast on forward as more members of Colorado are falling. Ruby going down, and D-Mech means Arlington now just needs to take one more out. Now Yahoo's out of the picture, and they have to handle the trickle back in. Cloud on that far right side could be deadly if no one takes a look at him. He could take one down really fast, and no one can touch.
Bird Boys was supposed to touch, but he got caught out by Tiki on high ground and finished off by Julian. And because the blizzard was down, obviously you have the speed reduction, and they were pushing that left side. That was near perfect from UTA, and that could be crucial. Having that over a minute in case Colorado finishes with no time left, maybe that's something that's going to matter down the line. UTA, they seem to get a grasp of what they wanted to do in the second half of this map, and they're able to salvage at least a decent time for overtime.
I also think they look considerably more confident during that second half. And regardless of how this map plays out, if they continue to adapt and grow in this series as fast as we are seeing them do live here, Colorado could have considerably more trouble as we continue moving forward.
Truly, as Colorado, I wonder if they're going to pull something out of the hat again, right? Are they going to try and do something? Cloud's teasing the Doomfist now. We saw Dez playing it a bit earlier, and it seems like Cloud going to try and go with the rollout. Yahoo as well. We see this all the time, just trying to maybe get an early pick on the Widow. The real question is going to be, how long do they actually stick to it? Or if it's just going to be, hey, we're going to peek from spawn and then swap. As I think Cloud may be swapping as well, or just, no, just going to be regrouping with the team. Going to stay on that Doomfist. A look UTA may not be ready for. I don't think they're already off of the Widow.
Yeah, didn't see any chances to try and clip anybody, and I mean, this is the grand finals. Arlington's not going to make a mistake that ridiculous. Although these walls have been absolutely nutty, everyone is sectioned off, and there's so much room for these Doomfists to work and try and make some damage and take space. So far, though, Arlington trying to hold back the members of Colorado who have a very strong spawn advantage, but this is a tough push. They seem to just be flooding the point from all directions, and Arlington not sure which way to shoot or which one to shoot at. Colorado doing a great job, and now going ahead, taking the point.
It was a great start from UTA. You get Funkmaster out early, you take out Cloud, but nobody looked at Divination. And they were just pumping out damage, they were pumping out heals. I'm pretty sure they got 2 eliminations, and they kept everybody up. I don't think UTA holding contest point, but just like what Colorado did, they're going to try and hold under this archway with both teams. A lot of ultimates on the board.
Yeah, and you know, we've talked about how we like it when they try and hold this close archway and then again closer to the second checkpoint. It gives you 2 full opportunities to hold the payload and try and prevent it from even reaching towards the second point, and both are pretty tough chokes to push into. This is a narrow alleyway, and you gotta go either in the alleyway, and a shatter blocked from Soap, the poor guy. Funkmaster read it like a book, and now Colorado gonna go ahead and continue to get aggressive. We see the slam come through here, and sound barrier was beautifully timed by Colby, shutting down that aggression from Cloud. Ruby eats a snowball here in the meantime, and Colorado just continues to freeze up and take down Arlington.
They shut down every single win condition UTA had that fight. We can play for Blizzard. Eaten up by Ruby. We can play for Deadeye. Gets stunned out of it by the punch by Cloud. Sound barrier kept them in it just for that little bit longer. Shatter got blocked. Window didn't do much. Colorado is shutting down every single thing UTA want to do, and now they only have the self-destruct from Tiki. Colorado, to be fair, in a very similar position, is already sending that over. It's going to get over the May wall, but not going to catch any bodies.
It's gonna be a slugfest too over by those Reinhardts. Both immos gone, and self-destruct gonna literally land on top of a couple members of UT Arlington. They don't mind though. They've gotten a couple of kills as a result, and can they clutch it out here towards the end? Looks like they're able to fend off Colorado just at the last moment, and Twin, this could be a great opportunity for them to hold here or at least burn off a ton of time.
this is exactly where you want to hold, right? Like, you want to be able to hold at the very end or spawn advantage, maybe even slightly in your favor. You even drag out the Ant Matrix from Divination near the end, thinking, you know, they can make a hero play. But UTA, they're a good enough team where that's not going to work, as now they're just trying to keep an eye on where Cloud is in the back.
Cloud has been deadly. I mean, he's deadly in general. We've seen some of his plays as DPS in general, and having this one-punch potential as Doomfist is critical. A meteor strike in the back. He is going to get pinned as a result, but the damage may be too much. Colorado has the numbers, and now Arlington on the back foot trying to hold this defensive point. One more going down, and that is probably going to allow Colorado to roll on to the second checkpoint.
That was a fantastic play from Colorado. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but you send Cloud over on the flank. You have him take a little bit of damage, you take a little bit of poke, and then like, oh, you think one or two members from UTA are going to try and challenge him on that right side. And Cloud's like, all right, we're going to flip the script. Everybody goes to that right side. They demag Tiki, they take out one, and it allows the rest of that fight just to develop. As UTA, they're completely caught off guard, and instead of their backline being safe, they are staring right into the enemy's eyes, allowing Cloud to get that 2K.
High Noon or Deadeye being channeled, nothing found there. Now Ant Matrix from Colorado could be tough, but oh my goodness, that is another Blizzard Eat coming out from Ruby from Colorado. Another shutdown of a great win condition for UT Arlington. And look at the conservative ult usage from Colorado. Really nice job.
They only had to use a few ultimates that fight. When UTA, you would think, you know, oh, they probably used less because Colorado needs to win that fight, but no, they used the exact same. They're going to put the wall on left. Not going to completely work how they wanted to. Shatter goes down, hits 3, forces out sound barrier.
Staying alive a little bit longer thanks to the sound barrier, but there's a couple kills coming in hot right there from University of Colorado. More are following suit left and right, and Arlington is just trying to trickle on to this point and contest them. Ruby is demech as a result, and well, Funkmaster trying to just cleave away at anyone who dares jump in range of the payload, and that's going to be Colorado capping the third point and having 2:35 on the clock.
Probably, what, a 2 to 3 fight advantage, you would say?
Yeah.
At least according to the time bank. They looked good. They, I think, have finally figured out the playstyle UTA want to play on Kings Row. And they're starting to... It's almost like what UTA did to Tennessee in the lower bracket finals.
Yeah.
Where they're baiting them with this aggression, and then they hard punish it, whether it be on the Doomfist, or honestly, Funkmaster's even punishing pretty hard. And also, Ruby... They're just shutting down Dez so much right now. But two Blizzards eaten throughout that push?
Jeez, yeah. That's a pretty normal performance from her.
Yeah.
I gotta say, you know, that doesn't surprise me. It does not reduce the hype one bit, but that is definitely a consistent pattern that she has shown across the entire season, not just with University of Colorado, but on her other teams as well. And, well, the woes of a diva player where you're, you know, expected to eat all the bullets, eat every ultimate, and save all your teammates. Oh, and you're staggered worse than anyone else in the entire lineup. She seems to be handling it really well.
Yeah, she's doing an excellent job, and she's going to have to do some work here as the Bastion strat is back. Maybe UTA stole it from Tennessee. As they're going to try and go up on a statue. It's going to be up to Ruby to try and at least eat that initial damage, and she does. But now the rest of it is on the rest of her team to try and take out the Bastion, and so far, not having as much luck.
It's definitely really tight and close. And we kind of saw this a bit for Tennessee. It was hard for them to hit people that were very close to the base of the statue. Arlington, though, still pushing on forward, doesn't care. They had enough kills. They had the spawn advantage in Twin. They're going to cap this.
They're going to cap, and they're going to at least have some time on the clock. Not going to capture it in overtime. They're going to play safe. They know that Colorado, they're going to have some pretty quick spawns. They're going to be able to hold under R3 like they would like. And there goes the TP. They expect it. Gets booped off. And still able to get one. Immortality Field's going to allow them to get 2. And the sacrifice may be enough.
That I agree with. That was a great job coming through from UT Arlington. Soap is very low. Can he get divination? No. Juked out from the fire strike there. And once again, he is just putting in so much solo pressure damage. Quite the excursion we are going on. He's forced to commit another resource. This is how deadly he is. He's definitely not someone you can shut down. You can really only hope to contain him. And right now, Arlington has been doing just that for this third round here on King's Row. TP up to the high ground. We're ready for you, Colorado, when you want to push in. Arlington looking to Julian to be able to get a lot of damage as that Bastion. Divination has the Ant Matrix, managed to save it, and there it is. Can they capitalize? Not as easily, with Arlington popping that Symmetra wall at a perfect time. It does go down pretty quick, and now you can hear the bullets getting fired. It does not matter. Blizzards being thrown now from Yahoo, and everyone from Arlington is frozen up. They're getting taken down, and that is going to be a round 3 close.
Not a horrible round for UTA. Honestly, you catch Colorado off guard, and you make some decent progress. It almost felt like, though, the Mavericks, they were just a little too hesitant to use ultimates near the end of that. As like, oh, we need to win this fight and still have ultimates left, but you need to win the fight. As I'm pretty sure Tiki died with Gravitic Flux. I think 1 or 2 others were at like 90% or had their ultimates, but just wanted to save. And in a way, I don't blame you there, but you gotta expect Colorado to have a few ultimates of their own. So where Colorado, yes, they bring that back and they have a decent time bank. UTA, maybe some small regrets on how that went, but overall, a fantastic push. You got to play some defense, though, on first point. I think you at least have to hold them, I would say, for at least a minute, 1 or 2 fights at the minimum if you want a chance during Streets phase. And I like this call. Even if you don't have the Mei, you're throwing something different at Colorado they're not going to expect on this map, but you do have to play a little bit more safe if you're UTA, because obviously you don't have the Mei walls anymore for that utility.
Absolutely, and you know, that's going to be a little bit of freedom for Colorado to just kind of waltz in towards the choke point. They do have a considerably larger time bank to attack as well, so we'll see how they manage it, and you know, kind of what their general strategy for wanting to just utilize their resources and ultimates are. Has almost got a hack off, and man, the instant reaction to trying to collapse on him is, I mean, easily why we saw him getting clipped out earlier. Cloud just punches straight through the middle, hits Julian, and that's game over right there, just like a doofus. What a great immortality field. He could hop, skip right in there as he was being frozen. And, well, now it's still going to be Colorado taking down members of Arlington and taking this first point.
UTA does not do what they probably needed to do, which is at least hold for a minute, and instead they give up, what, 30 seconds of fight, something like that, and Colorado's able to get it. Divination, they want more. They're trying to get some early frags here, and Colorado able to push up to that turn right before where that checkpoint and where that cart needs to be. And so far, the Sombra gamble not working out so far, is only halfway to EMP.
Ooh.
And Cloud just looking, hunting, trying to find somebody on this high ground. It almost does.
Oh no, you don't want to be stuck with him here in this small hallway either. And oh, Super Juice walked right back into the meteor strike. Didn't know he was going to land on the Diva there. And now Colorado has a huge advantage. Yahoo goes ahead, D-Mex, Tiki right there. And that's going to be a free Blizzard as they continue to push on forward. I don't know if anyone from Arlington is going to be able to come back and contest. We've also seen how good Colorado is at preventing any kind of touch. No recontest. They don't want anyone there. A good boot back. There is someone touching for now, but how long will it last? Cloud punching people here to the back line, and that's going to be Colorado as our Central Conference champions.
We got one more map.
Oh, shit.
Waffles. You know, they're on the track. They're on the track to get it. As what a map from them. They make the necessary adjustments. They shut down UTA's momentum, and that shatter right there. That was where I think this overtime truly went to Colorado's favor, as they shut down the push where UTA, they looked strong, and Colorado, they're 1 map away from getting what they've wanted so far this season. It's obviously not the end goal, but it is a step in the right direction.
Absolutely. And well, as you can tell, I'm a little hyped to be here at the grand finals. So I'm ready. I've got my announcement ready for whoever it takes the cake. But obviously, you know, Colorado, like you said, did a really nice job there. You know, Arlington, like you said, might have had a couple regrets towards the end of the third round, but personally, I do appreciate that they had the mentality of, we're going to take this all the way to the third point, right? Yes, you should leave it all on the table. And it is a hard line to define of, do I commit all of this and maybe leave us with nothing for the next push? And, you know, in an overtime fight, it can turn on a dime.
Yep. Just like that, you know, it's the perfect thing about overtime is like, just like that, everything can change and you can be done and looking at a lot tougher of a situation. We're going to go to a break. UTA, you got some work to do right before you figure out what map you're going to go to. Map 3. Make sure you stay with us.
Hey folks, and welcome back to the EGFC Grand Finals of the Central Conference Championships. We are in the midst of our matchup of University of Colorado going up against UT Arlington, and right now Colorado is at match point, Twin.
They're at match point, Central Conference Championship point. And if they win this, they basically clinch the #1 seed for Nationals, which is obviously the place you want to be. They want to join Marist. They want to join St. John's for those guaranteed top 3 seeds. Obviously for UTA, it's not a bad spot to be 4th through 6th, but you want to be a top for Nationals. You want to avenge the losses you've already suffered. And you know, UTA, they lost back in week 5 to Colorado 3-2. Then they lost in week 10 3-1. You wonder if it's that slight digression, as if Colorado do win this map, it's either UTA's gotten worse or Colorado has just increased the gap so much that UTA just can't catch up. It's going to be Hanamura for map number 3. And it makes you worry a little bit because just yesterday, UTA lost this map to Hawaii.
That is true. And, well, we'll have to see what unfolds coming through. A note to your points earlier, regardless of what, if it's Colorado really making that gap that much bigger, or I really don't think it's UTA digressing. They have been doing a phenomenal job, at least throughout this championship series, adapting and growing. But I do think Colorado has really extended that gap throughout the season, and it is tough to keep up with teams that are just continuing to improve. We've talked over and over again about Divination and how much of a threat he is. Twin, you were there when we saw him hide in the bushes of, what was it, Numbani.
Numbani, yeah.
Yeah, and then, what was charge up, shoot an echo out of the sky.
Yeah, we know what Divination can do on the Zen. That's why they are very aggressive right now. Almost everybody is past initial choke. I think Funkmaster just tried to get an early scout on if they're running Symmetra, and they are. So they're going to be, I'm guessing, going to teleport to the attacking top left, kind of where Yahoo, to the right of where Yahoo's sitting right now. But Funkmaster obviously just trying to disrupt a little bit. Instead, no, they're going to teleport to right side. That's right, right to main, I should say.
All right. Not the same approach we always see, but it is already going to pay off. There is an exchange back and forth, but they lost Super Juice. That is their main support, and a lot of heals off the table. There's not going to be tons of sustainability for Arlington at this time. Yahoo is having a heyday as no one seems to care that he's just throwing rockets in their back, Twin.
Julian maybe didn't get the memo that, that's the person you're supposed to shoot. I'm not sure if that memo got across over to UTA, but I don't know, as Yahoo already has Barrage after one fight. That's exactly the start you want from your flex DPS, and I would swap him to Sim at this point. It worked. The surprise factor is the only reason why you really try the Symmetra.
Yeah.
And it's obviously not a surprise anymore. TP goes down. They're just going to get Barrage, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. But again, Super Juice not in this fight.
Yeah, and that's, once again, sustainability out of the picture for Arlington, losing member after member on this push. And it is a tough one to move on to. Yahoo and Cloud have so much range, and they are using the very small movement abilities they have to take some nasty off angles.
They're taking so many off angles, and I think that's why Arlington needs a swap. Like, Colorado, they counter their comp so well because Arlington, they want to be this death ball. They want to try and run over the other team. Colorado has better movement, and they're trying to spread the game and spread the map. Super Juice is dead again in the beginning of this fight. And, oh, there goes Colby as well. You have no healing whatsoever. And Cloud, we talk a lot about Yahoo, but Cloud putting in the work as well. As now over half of that time bank gone, and UTA still just trying to get done the Symmetra comp, and I just don't think it's gonna work. I think you need to swap to like a dive or a ball comp, even like the 6-man zombie comp with Summer Reaper. You gotta switch to something.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Gotta change up a little bit of your tactics. Bob coming up, killing Super Juice first once again. Oh man, the poor guy needs to get some support and some resources thrown at him so he can stay in this fight just a bit longer. Colorado has done an excellent job at isolating and understanding who on Arlington they need to take out of the fight first. So Arlington is crippled anytime they want to move forward.
Every single fight so far, Super Juice has been the first one to die for UTA. And oh my, Divination on the flank. Divination on the flank and not able to get as much as he would have wanted as Julian trying to bring this back, gets 3. You wonder if it's enough though with Divination on the field. It's never a confirmation.
I agree with you there. You never know what's going to be shelled out from him. And Arlington now has 2 ticks on the point, capping their 3rd one. He's not afraid to get aggressive. He'll use his trance to save himself, and he'll be waiting for Arlington as they continue to push towards the 2nd choke point.
Now he goes over to the Honor. Ruby gonna go off of the Diva, off of the Sigma, I should say, and onto the Diva. Gonna go full on that composition now, and maybe the Sleep. We're gonna have Soap's name. Yeah, it's the 5th time. It's the 5th time in 5 minutes that they've been taken out like that. So not
They are
minutes.
on Super Juice's case. And we talked about last game how Soap wasn't really getting to play the game in the way that he wanted to. He was getting shut down between the May walls and the cast flashbangs. This map, oh man, it is Super Juice who is playing Maze Runner because Colorado does not want him in this fight. He is the key to Arlington being sustainable.
They're making the swap that I was preaching for.
I love
earlier.
the face you made.
As they make the swap, they go over to that 6-man zombie comp where there's a lot of sustain. The one worry is you don't got a lot of people that can hit Yahoo.
Could be trouble unless he's hacked and plummets from the sky. Does mean there's a lot of pressure on Dez and Tiki to try and take care of him. Dies and instantly brought back to life in a flash. His soul didn't even fall to the ground before Bird Boys was popping the ability. And now Cloud is gonna just free fire from the back. Oh, taken down. Nice shutdown from the bloodthirsty Colby here. This could be an opportunity for Arlington to continue pushing and taking this point. Does go ahead, force a bit here, and Baby Diva face off. Ruby takes her with the melee takedown. Now it's still Colorado in favor of the spawn advantage, and does get taken down before he can land and drop the minefield. Arlington has 1 tick, almost 2 ticks maybe here on the point, and it is all about them trying to handle the influx of Colorado players that are gonna flood onto the point. Minefield zoning even farther, but the EMP should remove quite a bit of those from the situation. Now can Arlington actually take this point and take members of Colorado down? Another hack here onto Bird Boys, and they just need to focus Fire Twin.
They just need to focus. I think Cloud doesn't get anything from the Deadeye. They really need to get something. And they're trying to do with these stalls yet again. The hack Ruby, they know she has the Diva Bomb. Not able to use it quite yet because they're hacked. Now they send it up. Is it going to catch anybody? The answer is no. As just time and time again, Divination on the flank. It's just going to sleep, Tiki. It's as easy as that for them, but I don't know if it'll be enough in the long run as Julian. They've really turned it on this Reaper time and time again. They're pumping out the damage. They're getting the kills, and they're trying to bring UTA at least in a fighting chance in this series, and it seems like they're going to be able to, but Nano goes on to Ruby, keeping them alive.
Colorado has been doing a great job at stalling out this point. They're all clipped with an EMP, and is it the nail in the coffin? Arlington needs to take this point. Hacked before Funkmaster can drop the minefield. That's another zoning ultimate off the table, and that is what allowed Arlington to cap this point with time.
That was almost a 2.5-minute fight on point. And credit to Colorado when it needs to be given. That was one heck of a stall. Time, there's throwing bodies, chucking bodies, and you wonder if UTA could have had a little bit more time, but at the very beginning of this fight, I think it's with 2:30 left on the clock, Super Juice dies early again. So Soap Tastes Okay, I believe, died. Tiki got demacked. It slowed the push, but when you have Julian on a character like Reaper against a composition like that, it's just free farming. I'm glad for their sake they swapped to it. Now the question is, can you play defense? They really struggled against Hawaii when Hawaii ran a very similar comp to what Colorado is running. So can you adapt to this time around?
That's a lot of pressure, and there's even more because it is the grand finals. Arlington has to hold this defensive point, and you know, they haven't always had the greatest defense, like you mentioned, but it's really also about making sure Colorado has a lot of time burned off their clock as well.
Obviously, best case scenario for UTA is you hold, but there's a decent chance Colorado caps this just because it is the buffs. They know what they're doing. The one thing I'm kind of curious about, Yahoo, maybe they're trying to like make UT Arlington think they're gonna go on the far again. Honestly, I would have went it again, even if they know you're going it. They haven't really had any answers for you.
And Dez is very good at the Pharah in general. We do go ahead. Well, I mean, Colorado's moving around. They're starting to slowly encircle UT Arlington. We've seen them use this play style, and a boop off the high ground does make Dez really vulnerable. There's the capitalization, of course, coming through from Divination. He's not going to give up a chance like that. And the members of Colorado are continuing to bowl forward and take down Arlington one after another. Here we go. A couple more left in order for them to actually go ahead and take this first checkpoint, Twin.
They're going to be able to take it more than likely. Divination, I didn't even realize Divination's on the Lucio, trying to get some Reddit plays going. But they're going to be able to capture this point with so much time left. I question Yahoo not going on the far. It looks like they're doing a pretty good job, I would say, on the Hanzo as well. Almost at that Dragon Strike, and they're able to capture the point. Almost 6 minutes on the timing. That's double what UTA had. And again, this composition from Colorado, it is the near perfect counter to what UTA is running because they want to split you up, they want to get on you, and UT Arlington, that is their weakest point.
Little boop there through the main line, and now it's Cloud looking to be aggressive here in the back. Gets a kill with the pulse bomb. Julian walks into it right there just as he was trying to kinetic grasp it a little bit too late. Now we have a Yahoo just free-firing from above into the mass of UT Arlington. Everyone's reinforced with the sound barrier, and it is a clear day. We see a shot come through from Julian trying to make a Widowmaker play, but it needs to be fast and stall characters. This minefield is keeping a lot of people from Arlington at bay, and well, more to follow suit, as all you can do is just try and rush onto this point, Twin.
They just gotta chuck bodies out at this point. They do get a consolation prize in Divination. Actually, Julian popping off, getting two. Maybe trying to challenge a little bit of Akamai and their magic they had earlier, and they're able to do it. Tiki even going on to the Rhine to try and stall out a little bit of time. And UTA, they bring it back. They're obviously gonna make some swaps now. Tiki over to the Diva. Okay, I like this look actually. Running the Orisa Diva. We've seen it played a little bit more this weekend than we saw the entire season, but it can work, especially against something like this where you at least have the peel from Tiki able to help your backline, especially when Cloud and Funkmaster just keep diving it time and time again.
The point! Oh my gosh, sorry. Little stress right there.
The Tiki has jumped out. Oh, that might be the go button.
There's a dive, and two people from Arlington removed in this fight very quickly. Colorado knows they need to move forward, and there's another kill in the feed. Cloud is having a heyday here on this Tracer, zipping around looking for a pulse bomb victim. Is he gonna get one? Is he gonna get two? Able to go ahead and dodge a couple of those slams. Dragons are zoning more people from Arlington out, and they can't touch.
They're not able to touch, and I'm pretty sure Super Juice, they're just going to accept their fate with that pulse bomb. You know, it's not going to matter too much. As UTA, you're in trouble. You are in trouble, and the prize is near to Colorado unless we see some miracle plays from UTA. It's every single time Colorado had a push, they knew exactly how to execute it. That pick from Yahoo onto Colby sets that entire engagement up because you don't have the shield bash to counter the dive or the flail. A lot of your healing is gone, and they can just push right on in without any worries at all. They're setting up these kill boxes perfectly, and UTA, they gotta think of something. And at least I like the look of the beginning of this, to where trying something new, trying to replicate what Colorado is running, and putting to the test. If you can run it, you gotta be able to counter it yourself.
Yeah, still a couple change-ups here, right? I do agree it could be a good change of pace. And Arlington in general, I have to give them credit for at least changing up every single time that they're trying to maybe make a new approach. If it's not working, they change the way they want to move, the characters they're using, the pathing they take. It's not the same main line approach like we see some of these teams do. Whoa. That was filthy from Cloud, already out of the gate, and he just deleted Julian with so many headshots.
I don't think Julian turned around and got hit by a bus. That's what that equivalent was. Is they didn't even get to realize Cloud was there before they were sent back to spawn, and they went for some revenge, and they're able to get it. Julian finishes the job that time around, but already one push basically out of nowhere that's going to go for this res. You got the supports in the backline. I think
of course. Divination. Are we even surprised that he was able to do that? Already at the 50% for his ultimate, and more resources. Take it down. Oh my gosh, there's no supports for Colorado right now. This is exactly what Arlington needed to take this point. They bit off a little more than they could chew, and now it is up to the rest of the Arlington team to take this point, take Colorado, drive them off. Ooh, lost Colby in the process, and the D-Mech too. Cloud needs to clutch it and is trying to make some hero plays here on this first point. Can Arlington take it for themselves and try and give themselves a win condition for this map?
Trying to get it as the res is going to come out. You got to make sure people keep touching. Divination, they're coming for revenge on Dez after the headshot. They're not able to get it quite yet, but nobody is able to touch. The overconfidence with Colorado, it almost bites them, but I think almost Cloud single-handedly keeps them in it and sets a very clear win condition. You get 41% on this first point, and you are Central Conference champions.
Initiating match.
You're absolutely right. And we have seen some clutch hero plays come out from Cloud before. He has done fantastic in the past, especially when the pressure seems to be at its peak. And he almost single-handedly brought that ending fight back, just like you said. Both supports are down. That is Colorado backed into a corner, if I've ever seen them.
But every time you put him in a corner, they fight back. And as much as Dez almost brought it back, just wasn't enough. I'm pretty sure Soke died early, and they just weren't able to capitalize on the numbers advantage. And obviously when you get Divination on any hero that has any frag ability, you worry. Because Divination time and time again can bring these fights back. And now on the offense, they're going to be running the exact same thing with Yahoo on the Hanzo. UTA gonna try and mirror what they think Colorado is running, with the exception the only changes are the support line's gonna be a little bit different, and I guess the DPS line as well changed up a little bit. Cloud maybe we're gonna try and get a little bit of a highlight reel here, as obviously the job needs to get done, but Colorado, I think they can start smelling the roses.
They are definitely feeling good. We see how aggressive and some of the high-risk plays that they have been taking. A couple of them already exchanged back and forth, but it's not going to take much for Colorado to go ahead and win this point. They only need a little bit over one tick, and Divination just tearing through the back line here as this Lucio going for the speed boost, taking down the support. Now Colorado has a strong presence on this point, and still more to follow suit, Twin.
More to follow suit. The kills keep coming in, the staggers. They're trying to come in, trying to stall this out just a little bit, but it's going to be all for naught, I fear, as Colby now trying to make their way back. Cloud's trying to deny them that chance, and Stall's at least going on point still for UTA, as they're actually able to get two. Bird Boys, Yahoo taken out. Ruby's down to half health. They're hacked. She's almost going to be taken out, but the healing is there. Colorado, it looked a little shaky at times, but I think they're going to do it.
There it is. Yes, ticking up in favor, and just at the end of it, in our fourth round, it's going to be Colorado taking the Central Conference Championships.
They take it. It's a clean sweep. They did it almost the entirety of the way. Hawaii, the only team to take a map off of them during these conference championships. And
Man.
Yahoo fired some shots. Again, made sure that this was going to be captured by them. And some of these shots are just ridiculous. That's 4 kills.
Ooh,
at
that's
the
a
end.
highlight
And
reel.
that is a highlight reel right there. But for Colorado, you did exactly what you wanted to do. You claimed that you are the number 1 team all season long. They've been quite confident in that. In interviews, on social media, they've been very confident they're the number 1 team. And hey, you got to show it, and they did. Credit to them.
Absolutely. And, you know, credit well deserved. They have been a powerhouse in the league for quite some time, and not just this year either. They have to be feeling really good, you know, not letting Arlington beat them here in the conference championships. Obviously, there is still a chance for them to have a rematch in the Nationals, but all in all, hats off to both teams. Arlington has done a lot of really good work, and you know, they've really grown over this entire season and in this Central Conference Championships. We saw them adapt in the middle of the games, getting more accustomed to the tempo or the aggressiveness of their enemies, and coming back to really just take control of the map. So big hats off to all of you. It was so fun interviewing your entire team in the booth as well. And, you know, good luck at Nationals.
Yeah, you know, you look at Nationals, and UTA is going to be a dangerous team, no matter what.
Yeah.
I don't care what seed they get. I would assume either 4th or 5th. I don't think they dropped to 6th as the bottom.
I don't think so, yeah.
I would think it'd be Iona from the MAC conference probably getting the 6th. Depends on if UConn or UT Arlington get that 4th spot. But they're going to be a dangerous team. Like, let's not put it any other way. You got to think, 2 of their losses all season in the regular season were to Colorado. The other was that interesting game against UTK that they avenged already today. I honestly, it's not too bold to claim they're top 3 in the league.
No,
even
not
with
at
the
all.
loss today, I think there's definitely some VOD reviews to be done. And I think today was just, they couldn't create the space they wanted to allow Dez and Julian to really pop off. We saw it a few times with Julian trying to bring those fights back, but in the end, just not enough.
Yeah, and you know, Super Juice definitely got the rug pulled out from under them. Colorado was all over him. They didn't want him in the game at all. And, you know, huge props to them for recognizing that in the team composition, knowing how pivotal a Baptiste player actually is for the entire success. So huge congratulations to both teams. We are going to have Ruby from University of Colorado join us in the interview booth, folks. So we'll see you in a moment. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the EGFC Central Conference Championships, where we have the victorious University of Colorado going ahead and taking the title. With us in the booth now, we have the off-tank Ruby that we just saw have some fantastic plays and eat multiple blizzards and pulse bombs throughout the day. Ruby, congratulations on your win, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. Super excited to be here. Was really hoping to be able to get to do this interview today.
Well, we are thrilled to have you in the booth. I'm sure, you guys were excited to be coming off a fresh win here in the grand finals. Tell me about, how you're feeling, some of the energy, and kind of what's gone into bringing you guys to this point.
Yeah, definitely. There's been a lot of energy. I know everybody was like, we've been working extra hard to get to this point for this day. We had a team brunch yesterday to kind of boost morale and get together and build that energy. Everybody gets on early, warms up together to make sure we're ready. And we've just been working for it and trying to really outside of the game also build that synergy, which I think really helps translate into in-game.
Totally. I agree with you there. And, having that camaraderie really uplifts the team. And honestly, a brunch morale booster is a great idea right before such an important tournament like this. Who thought of that? And who rallied everyone to really get you together and get yourselves in that focused mindset, but also, feeling relaxed under the pressure at the same time?
Yeah, so we've had ideas throughout the semester of things we wanted to do to hang out. And obviously we can't do all of those because we're all pretty busy with school, especially right now because it's getting close to finals. But I think it was Gavin, our manager's idea, and then also Cloud's idea. And then everybody was like, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. And we had a super fun time. It was super uplifting yesterday, and everybody got to eat breakfast, which for college students isn't always the case.
Yes, I remember that.
So having that energy definitely also helped. You're not just running on empty stomach or just an energy drink.
Oh yeah. Well, I honestly, that sounds like such a fun time for all of you bonding, and your synergy. I mean, I think Twin will agree. The synergy we saw from all of you today was phenomenal. It was on point. Looked like you guys were all reading each other's minds.
Yeah, the synergy aspect, we've really been trying to work on, especially our ball tracer synergy between them specifically is something I've really tried to focus on, because I feel our backline's pretty synergized, but the ball tracer synergy ended up being so important, especially for these really difficult matches.
Yeah, 100%. You can see time and time again they were on it, and this was obviously a big game. It's conference championships. A little bit of revenge from Nationals last year as you guys lost to them 3-1. How does it feel to, in a match that truly matters, to beat UTA and to claim it and also get a little bit of revenge?
It feels great. We love UTA as a team. We've always been friendly with them. So, there was no bad blood there, but a little bit of friendly revenge was nice. But we're all stoked about it. I mean, we have been working really hard, and I really think that my team deserved it. We've worked our butts off to get where we are, and I'm super proud of my entire team. And it felt really good to win this match.
Yeah, you guys were fantastic today. Honestly, at least this entire weekend, you looked like the #1 team. Obviously, we'll find out the Nationals bracket soon. You have a guaranteed top 3 seed. I would assume you're going to be the #1 seed. We'll have to wait for that to be confirmed. How does you guys looking at Nationals without just being a few weeks away, and obviously the target's going to be on your back? How are you guys looking ahead at that Nationals tournament?
We're not going to slow down at all. We want to keep the momentum going, because obviously it'd be easy to say, okay, well, we won conference, we can maybe take a break, but honestly, that's not the mentality. We got to keep going because we want to take it all home. And the only way we can do that is keep going and keeping up the energy, which we definitely plan to do.
I love that type of mentality. You can't stop, because that's when the enemy gets the jump on you, and when you aren't ready. And the continuous grind of looking to improve, there's always room to improve, but the end of the day, we are here to enjoy ourselves, and we don't want to lose our passion for gaming in general. I appreciate it. I love the competitive spirit that I've seen you guys all tweet around and you continue to uphold. And I gotta say, it is great to see you guys here. And we are really excited to see you moving on to the national championships. Is there anyone you want to shout out, give props, whatever? Floor is yours to thank and call out.
Okay, definitely want to thank the team. I kind of want to point out some things individually, really
Okay,
fast.
yeah.
So
Take your time. You don't have to go fast.
Number one, Funkmaster. I want to just say Funkmaster did not play ball before this season began at all, and he's become one of the best ball players in the league, which is pretty fantastic. So huge props to him for learning a new character that I still can't play, and being able to consistently be good at him. Next up, Cloud. Cloud is our resident, just like generic hit scan player, and he grinds Kovacs. He keeps his aim good. He's also, like, I want to say one of the funniest. Like, he is good for morale boosting. He's funny. He makes everybody laugh. So props to him for that. Yahoo, huge props to him for playing Destiny 2 with me outside of Overwatch, because that also has boosted our synergy. Also, Yahoo's been really flexible. He became our support player when Divination couldn't be there, and is a really good support player. So we learned he was like a flex god. So props to him for that. Next up, Colby, Bird Boys. Props to him for, he and I like to poke fun at each other all the time. So that's definitely like a huge part of the team synergy, is he and I joke around a lot. Also, just when he gets on the Lucio, which isn't that often, but when he does get on the Lucio, he is nasty with it. So shout out to him for that. Finally, last but not least, Divination, our contenders diff player. He has really transformed this team in a way that I couldn't, because I didn't have quite the experience, but with his added supportive leadership, I think it's boosted us like way past what we thought was possible, and really is the reason why we're here today, or one of the big reasons. So props to him for that and helping out. Finally, off the team, I want to thank Spoon, our coach, for being here consistently through like all of these matches, being ready, being with the team, coaching us in between matches. Huge props to him. Also, finally, Gavin Panda Bounty, our manager, for dealing with all of us and our schedules, and when people, go off schedule, for helping us get back on schedule. Huge props to him for that. I think those are, I obviously this should be, I'm proud of my team. I want this to be about my team, so that's who I'm going to shout out.
Well, honestly, we can hear how proud you are, and I loved all the details, right? That is a huge progression for your team. You talked about, how you feel like your leadership was leveled up, and Twin mentioned this earlier. University of Colorado has really progressed, and there was already a pretty good gap between you and some of the other teams, and it seems like you guys have just continued to elongate that gap and make it even harder for people to catch up to you. And all in all, you guys did fantastic. I'm gonna give you a little props here, since you didn't talk about yourself, but you were fantastic in the matches. Twin, we saw pulse bombs and blizzards being eaten. It happened earlier in I was here all day, so I saw you all day rocking it. And in general, a lot of respect for your ability to just see the field, anticipate, and eat ultimates left and right. You bail your teammates out like crazy, and I know they appreciate it.
Definitely. It's definitely a skill set of an off-tank player. You kind of, especially Diva, you gotta be on the lookout. Really quick in that regard, I do want to say props to my other team. I'm on another team, Mochi, which is an all-female and non-binary team. They've also helped me a lot preparing for this with scrims with them. So shout out to them, because that's definitely also helped my Diva gameplay a lot.
Yeah, well, I actually saw you on them when you were in the OWEC tournament.
Yeah.
You were still... Not surprisingly, you also ate a ton of pulse bombs in that match, which was so beautiful to watch. Such an enjoyment as well. And well, you're highly competitive here on both teams, really showing those results. And thank you so much for joining us today. This was a delightful interview, and we love the insight into your team.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me, and thank you to all the teams that we played against. You guys are awesome.
Oh, well, Twin, that is going to go ahead and close out our day. We just finished up with the grand finals, Colorado taking home the cake, and what a day it's been.
What a day, what a weekend. You know, yesterday was
Oh,
the
yeah.
day of upsets, of miracle runs. Today, maybe a little bit more on script, but still a lot of great games. As now the Nationals team and the Nationals roster is going to be set. We'll have to figure out where everybody stands. We'll have to figure that out soon, but we know UTA going to be 4 through 6, Colorado somewhere in that 1 to 3 range, but you got to think no matter what seed they get, they are the #1 team to beat
Oh, yeah.
in Nationals when that is in late April, early May. I can't wait. It is going to be truly 3 to 4 days of pure Overwatch chaos.
And these teams have been battling it out all season. Obviously, it's the top 12 making it on through. So we're really going to get to see who is the cream of the crop. And if anyone's had a chance to learn and grow from some of the upsets we probably saw this weekend, Twin.
Yeah, so many upsets. Wichita, I would say, is the one that I'm curious to see how they bounce back. But
Ooh, okay.
They didn't have a great conference tournament. I don't think that's shocking to say. But I can't wait. You lose to Nepal and you lose to Hawaii. It's not where you wanted to end the conference championships, but I cannot wait. I think it's going to be fantastic. Especially, I think the team Colorado needs to watch out for is St. John's. They looked fantastic this entire weekend.
They did.
They were the number 3 seed for the East, and they went through and they cleaned shop. So if we get that during Nationals, that is going to be quite a game.
I agree with you there. And, there's going to be a good mix of everyone from all the different regions, too. So we won't be as restricted by the Central versus East. Or I guess I should say Central
each.
or
I think the way it
East.
ended up, it's 4 Central, 4 East, 4
Oh, really?
MAC. Somehow, some way, it's how it ended up. So it should be pretty even.
That's a really good representation of how much esports has grown across the board for all of these different areas too. Not everyone was as quick on the draw to start getting on the bandwagon, and having 4 in each is a really nice spread moving into Nationals. But I'm also very excited. Obviously, UT Arlington, I think, could be a big contender moving forward. We saw some nice plays, and I think they are just on the cusp of adapting to really give Colorado a run for their money.
It's those small little mistakes, and today it was the fact that Super Juice got targeted so much, and just the peel wasn't there all the time. And like we saw it the first 5 fights on Hanamura offense, Super Juice died within the first 5 seconds of the push.
Yeah.
And it ruined, I think, the mentals, the communication, everything. So when you lose your flex support, a lot of your healing is just gone.
Yeah.
But I would, as you said, UTA, they're still going to be a top team. They're definitely
no
a team
question.
to look out for at Nationals. And they talked about it earlier. They're going to learn from this. They're going to put in the work. I wouldn't be shocked if they made another run during Nationals.
I agree with you there. I really wouldn't be surprised. And, we'll just have to wait and see. They have some time to learn. They've got some time to review the VODs, get some scrims under their belt. I'm excited to see what they bring. Twin, you got any last thoughts before we give our own thanks and shout outs?
Honestly, it's been a great season. It's been a great spring split. I just want to thank everybody at production, all the teams for competing all season long. I know we're cutting about half of the teams after conference championships, which is always rough, but it's been a great season overall. This is probably this split compared to fall split was so much closer. The gap is closing with especially the middle of the pack towards the top. I think Colorado might be that one example of it not, but I think everybody else, the outlier, yes, that's the right. My brain's mush after divination popping off. But I think that gap is really starting to close, so it should be a fantastic Nationals, especially with the caliber of teams we have.
I agree with you. It's gonna be quite the banger of a series. It's gonna be a long 4 days of Overwatch, and hopefully we're gonna see more upsets like we saw this weekend. Twin, thank you so much for joining me on the broadcast today. It was such a pleasure casting the finals with you, both finals with you. Folks, it has been Aeon behind the scenes, not just all of today, not just all of yesterday, but all of the spring season and the season before, bringing you the matches. And it is because of them that you see all the magic here, that we, Twin, us, you all get to see the incredible 5K plays, the plays where, a flashbang comes up and enables a diva self-destruct to get 4. Wow. So
Yeah.
huge props over there to you.
Yeah, huge props. Aeon, all of our producers, Time to Light, Juke, Will English, everybody, man. They've been putting in the work the entire season. And the entire production team, obviously. We're not the only 2 casters for EGFC. Everybody who put in work during the spring split, during this weekend, did a fantastic job. And a man I don't think it's enough. Tyler,
yes,
thank you for making this all possible, man. For real. It's amazing what EGFC has been able to turn into, and a lot of that to you, my friend. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
You hit the nail on the head. I agree. And, Tyler, you have made this such a joy to be a part of as well. And folks, make sure you go ahead and check out all the hard work that he and all of us have been doing throughout the season. The socials are below. You can see all the multiple channels. There's multiple games to follow. And we look forward to seeing you at Nationals.